some good news, brother.
We're looking good. I'm just trying to check the last audio, making sure the audio is coming through. Audio.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Audio. Trying to check the last audio, making sure the audio is coming through. Audio. Yep. You guys could really hear me. Welcome to the Pad to live stream. Sorry for the delay there. We'll be getting started here very soon. Thank you for tuning in, and we look forward to having you here.
introduction to Western European culture came with an immeasurable price to Indigenous Mexican communities, and this price has circled outwards and continues to this day. So we try to keep that in mind in all of our programming.
How's it going?
I'm trying to figure out how to actually export it to your screen over there.
Oh, well done, everybody. I'm being quiet. That was awesome. That was a little weird. Just give us a second here. We're trying to get this hooked up, and then we will get rolling. Oh, well done, everybody.
Okay, welcome to you.
Fuck.
Nearly 200 people overall. 60 of those are virtual, joining us today. To the Collaborence, this is our first event. I'm Lisa Ritter. I'm a co-founder of the Psilocybin Assisted Therapy Association, and Chief Clinical Officer. So when you think about it, you look around, each of these people, us in this room, including those people tuning in, we know the potential that nearly every one of us has been seeking their own personal growth and healing. In part through psilocybin. We're the Psilocybin Assisted Therapy Association, so we're going to say psilocybin a lot, but we know that we mean psychedelics too. We call that personal seeking being a seeker, so you're going to hear that a lot too. There's a spectrum, for sure, in seeking, from learning about the contribution of psilocybin to others' welfare, to your own exploration and insight seeking, to really needing help for a variety of concerns. This could be childhood and adult trauma, addictions, habits, worry, anxiety. Sound familiar yet? Persistent fears, difficult emotions. Speaking of emotions, I don't know if you know this, but psychedelics is an emotional topic. Anybody notice? We know there's a range of perspectives here. We've got OPS facilitators, employees, service centers, training centers. We may have ceremonial, church, or cultural users of consciousness-raising tools. I'm going to borrow a phrase from one of our guest speakers today. Consciousness-raising tools, I like that. We've got underground and so underground people. Guides, therapists, growers. We have other invested people who have used or want to be able to use psilocybin or other psychedelics. We recognize that each person here represents an outcome wanted. Your outcome may not only differ from other people's, possibly it could conflict. All outcomes are valid. And we want to ask you to consider being here today with a compassionate lens, keeping in mind that anyone around you and online could benefit from it or need it, even really need it. Because anyone around you, including yourself, could be suffering or grappling with something. So, what this compassion could look like in today's discussions amongst yourselves and on the panels as well. Practicing wait, W-A-I-T, Y-M-I, talking. Recognizing that some people take more time to find their voice and might not get a chance to speak if the other people don't help kind of with that awareness and balancing the conversation. look like focusing on understanding first and then on being understood. It could look like assuming nothing except that everyone here is an advocate and has the united purpose of helping facilitate access to the healing power of psilocybin and psychedelics. And it could look like recognizing that everyone here really is an advocate for safety. They have to be, their own and others. I think we got a lot of advocates for people here today. So this is the Collaborance for this reason. We see this as a big solution-focused problem-solving session. We're seeking solutions to such things as education for all, and getting more collaborative on the language we use about what we're talking about. Not everybody knows. Most people don't. If you think about it across the board. It could be seeking solutions for equal psilocybin access for all. And getting the word out just about all the services and all the options that are available. We are navigating the changing legality of psilocybin use in Oregon and beyond now and in the future, because it looks like it's going to change. We are looking for solutions in understanding better and improving OPS, be a model that other states could follow. We'll be talking about harm reduction and safety, defining what these really mean when it comes to psilocybin, psychedelics, and collaboration, of course. How all parties, perspectives in this arena work together with integrity to help the seeker, which could be you and anyone with a unique circumstance who wants to use psilocybin, not just for recreation or exploration, but for healing. So we know that there are other ways and reasons why people use psilocybin and psychedelics, but that's not our focus here today. It's a really big, I have to tell you, it's a really big subject. People have a lot of passions for the subject of psychedelics. It involves culture, history, government, the nature of plant medicine. We just simply can't roll everything into today's conversation. Invite Jason here, Jason Bird, to talk a little bit more about government, the nature of plant medicine.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Bird, co-founder of PADA and chief business officer. So let's say I'm the business guy. This is the talent. I just want to welcome you all. Lisa and I are married, so if you see us touching, it is okay. So the Psilocybin Assisted Therapy Association, PADA, is a national 501c3 volunteer-led nonprofit. This whole event is put together by volunteers. Our mission is to promote the advancement of psilocybin-assisted therapy to address the mental health crisis. Definition of psilocybin is that if we polled everyone here, we would all have a slightly different definition of what psilocybin is. How we're defining it is a collaborative model that integrates the licensed mental health professional with the psychedelic administrators, ultimately for the benefit of the mental health of the seeker. But that could change. It's not just exclusive to that. One person might be helping somebody through that journey all the way through. They also could be done by themselves, utilizing these same safe practices, working on integration, working on these outcomes. So it's not exclusive. There is no one way. What matters is what's best for the seeker. And that's really what we're going to be talking about today. how do we do that? What's the seeker looking for, and what are their outcomes? Our goals are to help identify best practices and bridge gaps of understanding so that everyone can be educated and empowered to make their own informed choices on how to be involved in the use of psilocybin for mental health, or even deciding not to. That could be an awesome reason. That could be an awesome outcome if somebody says, hey, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. They're informed and they're empowered to make their own decisions. No matter your role within this. This is why we are all here. All of us matter and contribute. Our goal is for each of us to leave here with a better understanding on how we can collaborate for the best interest of the seeker's mental health. I also want to say thank you to Willie, who's been working really hard to get everything set up. Here we go. And welcome to our online folks. Willie's going to keep on working on all of that. Thank you. By working together, no matter your role, whether or not you're a licensed mental health professional, solely in the clinical realm, whether or not you're a guide, new underground, old underground, sitter, whatever you choose to call yourself, or you're the seeker. We've been asked if we are pro-clinical models, or the pro-clinical model, if we like the research models. Are we supportive of OPS? Are we pro-guides? Or we want everybody to go into the underground? And I would say, yes, all of those are viable options. What we support, the more, let's say the specific answer, is that we support and encourage is the advocating for the protection of the seekers. That's the outcome. However you want to use these substances, it's what the seeker is looking for that should be at the center of this. There is no right way, but there are wrong ways. Usually in my mind when I hear somebody say, the only way to do this is this. Well, it may be the only way for you, but is it what the seeker wants? What I talk about is what I see, especially in the nonprofit world, is you come into it and people are thinking, oh, I have something and this is what I think it should be. And everybody should do this. And what I would challenge everybody, and what our goal is with PATA, is really to kind of flip that and be looking at what does the community, what does the community across the nation, you know, the fact that we're here, we're in like incredibly small percentage of people that understand this. Most folks are still like, what? Is that good? You know, magic mushrooms is why we fall back into that. So we're trying to just focus that. So what is it that the seekers are wanting? And how do we meet what they want for their mental health? So, next. Oregon does not have a medical model. We do not have a medical model. And this is probably one of the issues that we get the most questions about, because this is what we see is promoted and what a lot of the general public out there thinks, because they hear, oh, come to Oregon and you're going to get psilocybin therapy. It's like, well, yes, but what they might be thinking in therapy is different than what we're saying. So that's like kind of switching it around, so language is important. This lack of understanding or willingness to advance profits over mental health can be dangerous for all involved. And not that profits are bad, but it's at the exploitation stage. That's what it's at. So we created this, our little intentometer, to show our intention. And what we're here is to provide the consumer protection and educating for those experiencing serious mental health concerns. That's our target audience. We support all safe and responsible uses of psilocybin. And this kind of reflects where that is. That people could be coming into using psilocybin-assisted therapy, or an experience. It could be recreational, it could be spontaneous. You're out at a party. You're just there to experience. Then moving it up, or just the spiritual growth, exploration. There could be intention there, but it might not be, oh my gosh, I'm suicidal, or I address a serious mental health concern. You could be interested in the rituals. You like the community component of it. You want to be in a group setting and experience that. All of those are valid. Then as we start moving over on this side, is really the therapeutic use. And this is the area that we're focusing on and that a lot of our outcomes are. Is that we want to, because these are the folks that could experience the most harm. So severe anxiety. This could also be the spiritual exploration that could be existential, or hey, I'm dying, what's going to happen? Or I was raised Catholic, or any religion, and now all of a sudden, whoa, psychedelics, whoa, this opened my mind. Or yeah, I'm dying, what is going to happen? How do I meet that? These are the people that we're focusing on. This is where our efforts on. And I would say that also, even though the other people don't have the intention, if we all are prepared for these mental health, for dealing with people with severe mental health issues, because just because somebody comes into this spontaneous recreational doesn't mean they might not get that in their head of, oh my gosh, I just remembered something. We need to be there for them. That's why we're encouraging towards this. You want to do the next slide? So we promote healing by encouraging appropriate scope of practice and building cooperation amongst providers for the best interests of the seeker. In our collaborative approach, the team is working together. There is not a more important role in this model. So what we really try to define is the scope and practices. There's a lot of gray areas. There's a lot of amazing therapists. There's a lot of therapists that don't want to get involved with psilocybin-assisted therapy, but they can still have a process in. There's a lot of amazing integration specialists out there, and they can help people. They also need to be aware of their scope of practice, because it could be harmful. Call yourself a therapist, move on. We can't be all things, to all people. And there's not one role that is more important in all of this. But there is harm to be done to all players if we step outside of our scope or knowledge zone. If we're there to help somebody with healing and we're not prepared for what they're coming for, this is where the language really matters, and the intention of how people are coming into Oregon, or just coming into the psilocybin for mental health period. Oregon is the first in the nation to provide a legal format. We also run the risk of being the first to fail. We're all pioneers here. We live in this. Everybody else is going to learn from us, but also what likely could happen is, the negatives will get out there. So it puts a lot of pressure on us to make sure that this wave does continue on successfully. This is why it's super important that we know our boundaries and don't overstep. It's up to us to make the third wave successful and not be driven by the pharmaceutical industry. This is why we're here, to work together to make this us that can be moving the way forward. Today wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for all of our supporters, all of our sponsors. Particularly I want to say thank you to Clinical Cognitive and Brain Brew for being our presenting sponsors today, as well as Calix Accounting and Wellbeing Trailhead, who is helping to support our food, our lunches, and our snacks today are sponsored by them. THCFO Accounting, Oath Insurance, who can't be here today, and then all sorts of other individuals that are here from different service centers that are supporting us. So thank you all for being here and supporting us. Also, thanks to our speakers that are here today and all the volunteers that made this happen. We really appreciate your time, dedicating your extra time to be up here and to share your knowledge. So next up, we have some logistics. So one of the things that we want to help to be able to promote everybody towards for empowering and educating the seekers is we're providing the free interviews today for licensed mental health professionals, any integration specialists, licensed facilitators, licensed OPS, or licensed service centers. It's a 15-minute process to create about a 5-minute interview, and there's a set 8 questions that go through. You're welcome to use this. We're going to be using these on our site for you to explain how you are approaching and handling or helping people with mental health. There's a sign-up sheet outside, and Barry will be doing all of the interviews. Also, we're using a Q&A app, and there's some QR codes around that if you would like to use to submit a question, use that app. You don't have to download it. We will be moderating those questions, and it'll all be mixed in with what's coming in through online. And then we will relay those questions up to the panelists. Snacks and lunches will be available out in the hallway. Be mindful of conversations. You guys did an amazing job of quieting down, especially as it gets going. And if you're interested in talking with somebody in the expo in the back, we do have some board rooms off to the right on the other side of the hallway here. So if you do want to have a business conversation, you're welcome to use one of those. And we do ask that everybody be mindful of substances or
Extra conferential activities. Anything that's illegal is still illegal here.
So, distribution, you'll get it. Outside, it's fine. Lastly, it's like talking around a topic that we all know about. Although we can't talk about it specifically. Lastly, thank you all for being here, no matter your role. The more I learn, the more I realize how much I need to learn. Today, I look forward to learning from all of you, learning from your success and challenges, and your creative solutions. Together, we are stronger. Together, we can make sure healing remains at the center of this movement. Together, we can honor and value all of our roles as individuals, as professionals, as healers, and those needing healing. Together, we can make the changes needed to ensure everyone has equal access to this new modality of healing. Together, we can improve OPS and share this knowledge with the next states. This is one of the core of what we want to do with PADA, is learn from we all, develop the best practices, forward those on so that the states keep improving, and even improve OPS. Together, we can be what is needed for the sake of those suffering from mental health issues. Together, we can. Together, we can. Together, we can. That's at the core of what the Collaborence is today. So thank you all, and have a great day. I really appreciate you being here. Here in a few minutes, we're going to invite Mary Nielsen to come up and talk about clinical cognitive and brain growth. So thank you all for being here, and I hope you have a great day. Mary, you ready? So let Mary introduce herself. And we'll say it's a real honor to be working with her on a regular basis and continue to have her support with her organization. So thank you for everything you do within the industry and supporting everybody here.
This is just so great to see. Oh, can you hear me?
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, really great to see everyone here this morning, getting up early on a Saturday to make it. I am especially grateful for my team back there, my table, where I have my business partner from Ring Group, and Johnson. I have Jessica, who's the Marlon, who's the manager at Ring Group, Dan, who is also the assistant manager and as an educator at Clinical Cognitive, Marlon's our faculty supervisor. I have Heidi back there, one of our graduates, and I'm just really proud of the things that we've done in a very short period of time. I also have John, who is the president of our cohort group. So I kind of talked to the past in terms of just my elevator speech is that I own an aesthetic school that's been successful. And as I watched Graduate 109 move through the process, I know that I have been healed from childhood trauma due to use of psilocybin. that if I could have a successful aesthetic school, I could create a successful facilitator training center. Because my real impact happened on the Thanksgiving weekend 2022, watching a television program, news show about the troops that were leaving Afghanistan, and 20 years in Afghanistan. And in that 20-year period of time, about 7,800 military, American military lost their lives. 7,800. But in that same 20-year period of time, over 32,000 military committed suicide. And it broke my heart that we don't have a better system for people who have given their lives, for their families, the tragedy that happens in communities, and that psilocybin has the ability to help. And so I knew when I wanted to start a school that I wanted to have an opportunity for military veterans to become facilitators so that they can help other military veterans with the trauma that they've encountered. And so that's where John comes in. And I can take a minute, but thank you all for being here, and please come to our table, and I'd love to connect and chat and learn more about your stories and why you're here.
Let's turn it up a little bit.
I don't see Mary often enough. We live very close by to each other, but every time she speaks, I have tears in my eyes, and this is just another example of that. I actually am the president. My name's John Richardson. I'm the president of Uphold Our Troops. I'm a veteran myself, and of the ways that I can give back to the community, Uphold Our Troops is really designed to be able to give scholarships, as Mary said, to veterans that have experienced some of these traumas and then gone through a psilocybin experience, and then want to, go through essentially a training facility to be able to help other veterans themselves. I mean, that's really the essence of what Uphold Our Troops does, is provide opportunity for other veterans. And I'll just tell you really briefly, the experiences and the conversations that I have every day, every week with veterans from across the country, it's the same story over and over and over of a really broken cycle. And I cry. I don't cry. I think the only time in my life that I've cried once with Marlon, which he's here today. But I really don't cry very often. But when I hear these stories of these veterans that have really gone through this cycle and then have experienced psilocybin and it's changed their lives, and they want to give back to other veterans, it's what I'm here for. It's what Mary's here for. It's what Brain Brew and Clinical Cognitive are here for. So love to talk to you. But anyway, thanks for everybody for coming.
Hey, I'd like to welcome our first round of panelists to come on up. So our first session will be building a collaborative, licensed mental health professional and facilitator-guide relationship on how do we develop everybody working together for those outcomes of the seekers. While they're coming up, and Lisa will introduce everybody here in a moment, so we're a nonprofit, and we also believe in supporting other nonprofits. We're giving 10% of our profits today back to Uphold Our Troops so that they can continue with scholarships and try to get more veterans to become facilitators, as well as the Psilocybin Facilitator Association and the trade association that we're helping to sponsor so they can get off the ground and be advocates for speaking for themselves, for moving forward with the industry. You'll hear more about them a little bit later on. So now I will pass on to Lisa.
Okay, our first session is on building a collaborative. I guess I'm kind of a close speaker here, but it seems like I can't. collaborative licensed mental health professional and facilitator guide relationship. So we have an online guest today. Sure, am I supposed to be able to see her over here? See her on the screen?
I'm not able to get it to display properly. I can't figure that out.
Is she
sorry.
here? Ashley?
Let me see what I can do, if you wanna.
Okay. Well, let me introduce other people. So here we have Aryan Sakharov.
If you could get the screen to mirror,
Aryan's
it
a
should work,
board
but I can't
certified
get it to mirror.
psychiatrist, founder of Penumbra Psychedelic, head of OHSU Peace Center, Consultation Center, where over half of his patients are on Medicare or Medicaid and of limited means to accessing reliable information on psilocybin. He has spoken internationally as an expert on psilocybin pharmacology, but he most identifies as a mystic and fierce advocate for diversity in the psychedelic space.
Really?
We have Jennifer Met, right, of Satya Therapeutics in Southern Oregon. So, do you want to say a little bit?
Absolutely. Is it on? I'm really loud, so I don't usually need a microphone. My name is Jennifer Met. I am owner co-founder of Satya Therapeutics. We are licensed service center in Ashland, Oregon, as well as licensed manufacturers in the state. So we're vertically integrated, also licensed facilitators. So yes.
Okay, thank you. We have Mary Jane Wilt. MJ is a psychologist with over 25 years of experience specializing in working with childhood trauma survivors. She received IPI psychedelic training. She is the founder, co-founder, founder of Wellbeing Trailhead OPS Service Center in process. Very, very soon to be service center. Specializing in treatment-resistant addiction. We have Brad, founder of Entheotherapy. Brad is an unaffiliated practitioner in psychedelics focused on providing service within a greater therapeutic context. And something we're working on, hopefully with, we have an online guest, Ashley Carmen. Ashley was invited today as an LMFT, so licensed marriage and family therapist. Here she is. There's a picture. In California and Texas, so she's serving California and Texas, specializing. Sorry, I have a little update here. She's a psychedelic psychotherapist, medicine woman, and LMFT in California and Texas, specializing in addiction and forensic populations. She studied with the School of Consciousness, Medicine, for Mazatec Lineage Wisdom of Psilocybin Guiding. She received MAPS MDMA-assisted psychotherapy training with the goal of preventing over-medicalization in the psychedelic realm. She's the founder of the Psychedelic Guide Network. It's based in Austin, and it is a network offering resources to guides of all kinds, case consultations, wisdom circles, and networking community. So, that's cool. Join you. We're getting started here. Just want to start with a question for each person. I wanted to start with the end. So when I work with people in therapy, I'm a licensed therapist in private practice. We start with the end. You know, what's the end vision of what that person wants to accomplish, and when they know they'll be done with therapy. So I want to ask everybody, what is your bottom line? What is your vision of success in the arena of people using psilocybin for healing? And does it involve collaboration?
vision for us at Sawtooth Therapeutics, it's access. And it's access that is with ethics in mind. But it's also, as you said, it is collaboration, that we're in such an infancy in this, as we're approaching 1 year of operating our service center, that we can, it's exciting to be here. And first and foremost, thank you for doing this, especially from being in Southern Oregon. We know there's a disconnect to Portland, the state, there just is, it's unfortunate. But amazing things are happening in Southern Oregon with respect to psilocybin therapy. So it is also, other than access, that vision of collaboration, so we can get the information out there of the good that we are doing and what we are finding out with each client.
Imagine all the people living life in peace.
Yes.
I'm not the only one.
Yes.
Ultimate goal, right? I would hope that someday, I mean, we're 350,000 years as Homo sapiens. I think it might take another 350,000 to get to that. In the meantime, we have this incredible opportunity here in Oregon that is unprecedented. And so what I would love to see happen is, I'm also a licensed psychotherapist. I would love to see all of my patients living free of whatever it is that they come in with, and feel like that's more a closer vision now than it's ever been. And it's hard to imagine. I'm kind of in the sunset of my career, having been in this for over a couple decades. I feel like I have maybe a decade left, and to be treating people in a way that speeds up therapy exponentially is just, it's beyond what I could have imagined even 2 years ago. So Wellbeing Trailhead, we're specializing in groups of special interest, particularly in alcohol use disorder, is what we plan to do with Bruce Zufeld is on our team. And we're trying to reach populations that are treatment resistant. Hopefully those who have relapsed after at least one inpatient treatment program, that there's still hope after that kind of experience. So that's our vision.
Hi everybody, I'm Brad, and I am an underground facilitator that works nationwide. I've created a therapist-centered model that requires that someone be in the care of a therapist before I facilitate them on a journey. If they don't have a therapist, I will find them one. Until recently, I have a training program for underground therapists in multiple modalities across the country. I was charging the same as IPI, neuropathy, IIS. I was training people for a healthy sum of money for hands-on training in Molly, Lucy, ketamine, various other modalities which are clinically proven very, very powerful, very effective. But I can't get to enough people fast enough. We need to be able to do more work faster in this therapist-centered model. So I've actually started training people for free, one in each city. And then I help them build their business by putting them in touch with psychedelic-friendly therapists and getting them plugged into the local psychedelic society. And it's just growing beautifully. But first and foremost, to me, harm reduction begins by being in the care of a therapist, so that by the time they come to see me for facilitation, they're already really familiar with their inner world, right? So we've never had a meltdown, we've never had a bad trip, we've never had a runner, because this model is very intentional and makes sure that there's before care and after care before they receive the medicine.
I didn't intentionally mean to go last. I just always feel nervous talking. So I guess there's like a collective vision, which I think a lot of us are trying to serve. We're all kind of like on this collective mission to see psychedelics as part of healing. So I have kind of a collective mission, and then I have an individual mission. So the collective mission is socialism, socialized healthcare. I don't think this is going to work without
I want to say, unfortunately, Ashley from Texas, we're not able to get her in here, which is unfortunate. But Ashley has, like I said, the Psychedelic Guide Network. So that's a network based out of Austin, and I was fortunate. She invited me to be part of one of her wisdom circles, so I got to see a little bit about how it works and talk with Ashley in preparation for this. So really sad that she wasn't able to be here. We weren't able to get her in today to talk about her perspective of, the main points is preventing the over medicalization of this process of, using psilocybin and other consciousness tools for healing, and integrity. So that was the other message that she wanted to provide, is just really elevating, especially within the guide population. So she's looking for ways to just kind of like we do here with the collaboration of having people talk to each other so that everybody's more accountable. Nobody's operating in a in a vacuum, and just integrity was her ultimate vision. So we have a little bit of an idea of the end goal. Maybe you could say a little bit about how do you work with people. So we're calling them seekers, we call them consumers. Just want to know a little bit about how you work with people.
I start at the beginning, so I kind of see people before they take any psychedelics. Particularly, I work with people who are interested in psilocybin. So at OHSU, I run a collaborative group called the Psilocybin Education and Assessment Clinic for Excellence, because that's probably better than for mediocrity, and PCOM doesn't really have the same ring as peace. So in that clinic, people come to me and they're like, oh, I heard about psilocybin. It seems like it might be helpful. And then I try and get an assessment of their level of medical risk, their level of psychiatric risk, and I kind of stratify it based on the available literature. And then I administer a scale, which if you guys haven't seen the scale, I highly encourage you guys to take a look at it. It was released in Nature not too long ago. It's the Psychedelic Preparedness Scale, or the PPS. So I administer the PPS, I get a sense of how prepared, quote unquote, that individual is.
People are saying the audio is really
I brought it up. It should be good now.
I educate them. I have
Let's
lectures
take a look
live
at
to
it.
tell them a little bit about what we know about psilocybin, some of the cultural context, some of the historical context,
Let's see.
some of the pharmacology, and then give them a ton of resources. My
Sent it to
philosophy
you,
at
right?
the beginning is to assume everybody at some point in their lifetime will use psilocybin. I just go ahead and I make that assumption, because I think that's I don't know if that's actually a true assumption, but I think it's a safer assumption. If I assume that all my patients who are desperate to feel better are going to come across this idea at some point, then I want them to be as educated as possible, and they can decide for themselves how, when, if they want to use psychedelics. It's not, I don't view it as my decision to tell anyone what to do, but I do view it as my responsibility to make sure the people that I care for are as well equipped as possible for what they want to do. So I start at the beginning, and then if they want, they can come back and see me, and and then the other piece is I work with facilitators and clinicians and healers who want to have a medical doctor's opinion, want to see if medically complex people would be good candidates for psilocybin. So in an effort to mitigate harm, mitigate risk, and decentralize knowledge.
Measure 109 has actually made the conversation possible, but I have to say, or more open. We can talk about things more openly. But my clients actually are the ones that introduced psychedelics to me. They're the ones coming with the stories. They're the ones who are doing journeys, outside of the realm of what is legal.
Yeah, I got audio
began
coming
telling
through.
me about it back in 2015, when I had no idea what was happening, none whatsoever. So So, and we've had amazing conversations. Of course, I've done my homework and know a little bit more than I did back in 2015. But those conversations, thanks to Measure 109, are far more open now. And lots of questions coming in, not just about psilocybin, but about other psychedelics and what can be expected. And so I don't introduce the topic unless we have already established a very solid therapeutic relationship. And it seems to me that the conversation would be, it would almost be unethical not to share at some point. And so introducing that conversation after a really solid foundation has been established. I don't introduce the conversation if I'm not convinced that there's already internal resources, should the person decide that they want to use psilocybin. But honestly, a lot of my clients have been doing work in the underground, and they're doing the integration with me, and what they can do after a journey like that is far beyond what I've been able to do with many of them for years. So I see a lot of heads nodding. You're seeing this as well. And so the language is becoming more and more part of the vernacular at this point, thanks to, at least here in Portland area, to Measure 109, at least from what I've seen.
So at Satya, we have probably a model similar to Brain Brew and other service centers that are here. I am usually the front line. I like to say I'm at the front line with my husband Andreas. And we are receiving the calls, and we answer every call if possible. We answer right when they call. And so we are making that connection with the client. We're finding that most of the clients are seeking psilocybin services as other services, maybe with ketamine or MDMA, they have not had success with. And most of the clients are contacting us with their therapist, knowing that this is the next step that they are wanting to do. So I consider myself as that front line of just making that connection with the client and being the person that is listening. As we all know, in the mental health industry, oftentimes they may not feel heard, especially marginalized communities. So from there, those conversations can be anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour. And that's not even at a point where there might be discussion about connection to facilitators. But we at Satya feel it's very important that by the time that they do arrive for their journey, that they have had a connection with us, the owners, the co-founders, also the manufacturers of the product, so that they're comfortable with the process. And when they show up at Satya, they're usually shaking my hand. Very much a mom and pop organization we are. And we are finding that since we began our service center in end of June last year, that we are finding more often now doctors and therapists are making the phone call to us for their clients, which is an exciting thing because we're starting to get more, not as much pushback. But most of the clients that are calling are desperate. They are plain and simple desperate. And it is what I've chosen to do, and I've spoken to probably 2,000 people, we'll see close to 500 clients by the end of this month, is to just acknowledge how brave they are for making the phone call. And we have therapists that we can always, make sure, or we have a doctor on hand that can overlook if there's a client that has numerous medications that they're on. So we have a system, but then that's what we do. We make it about the client. It is extremely client-centered and connecting with the client.
So I think the question was basically, what's your interaction like with the client? So again, because I use a therapist-centered model, my job is really quite easy because the therapist does all the hard work for me. They actually screen the client for me. They prepare them in advance to do this medicine work. And by the time I see them, their internal framework. They've been basically given the internal resources, and they have an understanding of their emotional world, that they're really ready to do this work by the time they come to me. What does that look like? Well, I explain it this way. So you're in pain, right? You're here because you're in pain. And this pain that brought you here is from something in the past. There's a wound in the past that is causing these physiological symptoms, the anxiety, depression, and PTSD that brought you here. And you need to find what the wound is so that you can begin to heal it. But it's buried in your subconscious. Talk therapy might take years to get to it, might never get to it. But the medicine opens the door to the psyche to find the thing that is causing the pain, that is causing the dysfunction. And then we're able to start to unwind it. So not only do we know that there's a wound that's causing the physiological symptoms, but we also know that located hidden within the wound are false beliefs and internalized messages. Like, I'm not safe, the world is not safe, I'm a terrible person, this happened to me because I'm bad, all these things. So that's what the client interaction is like. They come to me to relieve the pain by finding the wound and changing those false beliefs that happen as a result of the wound. That's sort of what the process looks like. We use the MAPS protocol. We do 3 and as close to 3 months as possible with integration in between. We search for the core wound in the first journey, and then we look for the subsequent wounds in the second and third journeys. By the end of the third journey, sort of the bell curve of the damage has been found and begin to be repaired. Some people are done mostly in 3. Some people are still engaging this process at 9 and 10 journeys later. Something, pre-verbal trauma is very gradual to get at because you're trying to work with the psyche of an infant. So, but most people that have trauma after, let's say, the age of 6 or 7, we get to fairly quickly. So that's what the engagement looks like. We bring up all this material that we in turn, I take notes. Sometimes the therapist is sitting there with us, and if not, then I take extensive notes that I hand into the therapist when we're done and also give to the client. And then we have the client journal their experience afterwards, take that into integration.
Can I comment about that, Brad? I just respect what you're doing so deeply. I think that's really cool. I respect everything that's happening on this panel. And you're taking incredible risks to do it. You're really committed to it. It warms my heart to hear that. I'm so far removed from the direct work. I'm like literally on a hill, that you have to take a silver bullet to get to, like as ivory tower as it gets. So there's pros and cons to that, but I'm really curious about something I've been thinking about, which is that you're talking about this wound that psychedelics can heal, and I've been wondering about kind of resilience and accessing. If we take like a science approach, like the methylation in our DNA, right? Like generational resilience, the generational trauma has resilience. So I'm curious, like, do you run into people that tap into that, like the generational resilience?
Okay, so we are maxed out here. We are at max gain. Nope.
By the way, I completely agree. Like, as the kids say, I'm so jelly.
All the mics are dead over here.
Of all the talent that I see and all the
I
work
think
that
it's coming from.
Great cutting edge stuff. So it's like not
Yeah,
even
because
the
we're
work
maxed
I
out.
do,
I mean,
but
we're
it's still-
redlining, so I'm not quite sure
Everybody in this
why
room
it's coming
not
across
just us
audio
sitting
so
here,
low.
We see what is we see what this.
I have one solution I'm going to try and see if that improves it.
We see it on a daily basis.
Uh,
The end of the day, working at a service center, those that are service center operators, you can, or facilitators, you can raise your hand when you've seen miraculous things at the end of the day or at the end of the journey. And so, to answer you, absolutely. I would curse if I could, but I'm on camera. But absolutely, it's the preparation and the integration and everything that we do. These are different models that, we're not in a therapy based that's not our service center. But what we're seeing is it's just filled with hope.
And just in
terms of the, I'm not sure I understood the question completely, but what I understood you to be asking is, or what it brought up for me is a personal journey of my own that came up after a psilocybin journey with a whole group of folks, and wasn't able to connect with something. There was something still, there after the journey, and I couldn't put my finger on it for a little over a week. And at the end of that week, what came up for me was this massive amount of shame, and I recognized it wasn't mine; it was ancestral. And so, almost as soon as I connected with that shame, I connected with this just livid anger, such livid anger. And then it morphed into compassion almost as quickly. And then I was able to send that compassion back to the family line. And I know some of the stories of my family line that are incredibly shameful. And have lived with a piece of, being from a family line like that, since being able to do that. So, ancestrally, or even in a sense, healing, so often we think about the resources that our ancestors can give to us, but some of us don't have ancestors that have resources to pass along, and so I think we can go the other direction as well.
Just really quickly, so my experience, to answer your question, is that almost universally, most of who I work with, there's almost always an attachment point from the family of origin, right? Something happened in their family when they were young that caused a blow to their psyche that comes out decades later. It's been leaking for years, but it starts to hemorrhage.
I just figured
The
it out.
Band-Aid is ready to come off the
Because
bullet
we were
hole.
testing it last night.
What happened in their family of origin eventually
I fixed that.
becomes unmanageable for them. And that's when we see them. So almost everything comes from an attachment, what we call an attachment wound, which is basically mom and dad. And then that of course is also multi-generational, right? Because it happened because of something that happened to them. So it just carries forward from generation to generation. Part of the work, so I'll give you a little sneak preview. One of the competencies, one of the key effects that we look for when we use MDMA is its ability to provide total recall. Not a random total recall, but total recall to the memories that you need to heal, all the way back to mommy's belly. Right, so the client is actually able, with this super empathy while they're on the medicine, they are able to actually tune into their parents and see back into their parents' lives and understand what happened to them and how that became the trauma that happened to the client. As far as resilience, answering the question about resilience, I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Doug Wingate from 7 Gates over there. So providing the neuroscientific component to the work that I do. We have to go back and help them heal their attachment wound. And the way that we do that neuroscientifically is by reopening the critical period, reopening the developmental window where the wound happened. We go back and help them build back in the internal security that their parents did not provide. We help them build in the resilience that they never got from their parents.
I'm gonna jump in here. Just a note about we're having some little bit of audio trouble online, so if you could just speak like real close to the microphone. Just kind of bringing it back to collaboration too. It's really great to hear. We can't not talk. See all the enthusiasm. We can't not talk about how great this work is. As far as collaboration goes, we have a couple questions here online, and just getting the sense, this is not news, that there's some, just in talking about collaboration, that there's a lot more freedom in the non-regulated realm here to build collaborative, collaborations here. So, question we have online, in the case of the requirement, if there were ever to be, or let's say if somebody were required for seekers to have a therapist, how do you address barriers for marginalized communities in accessing mental health therapies? Therapists, mental health therapists.
I'll try and take this. Like
we give resources for people of color and marginalized people to become therapists, right? I mean, that's the ultimate issue, that there's not enough. I mean, it's a systems issue. It's such a prolific issue. But I think if we can build, if I understand the question correctly, I think if we can build communities where there are people who have like kind of a lived experience of what is needed, right? So let's say we have a community of people of color, or you know what? I'll just use my own identity. I'm the son of immigrants. I'm the son of refugees. So for me, it would be amazing to have a community where other people are part of this circle that are, you know, immigrants or children of immigrants that want to serve immigrants or displaced people. And I think that would be a really cool way to approach that, and doesn't have to be based on any particular expertise, or it can kind of be a shared knowledge space where everybody can lean upon each other, encircling on this major crux point, which is the shared experience of being othered and how to address that. That's my
Yeah, that is definitely a tough question. Any other thoughts?
Mine's a little more far out. I mean, maybe some of you out there can inform me better than I know, but my speculation is that the original purposes of M109 was marginalized populations, right? So we know from a study at Hopkins, I don't remember the name of it offhand, but there was a random study, qualitative study, done that started with 8,000 people, and by the end of the study ended up with about 800. And what they found was that there were some people that had what we would call a DSM diagnosis, but never went to therapy, but figured out that if they took a handful of shrooms every 3 or 4 months, that it would stabilize their symptoms and keep them highly functional in their intimate relationships, at work, and life in general. So they actually learned to use the mushrooms as a long-term antidepressant. Sometimes, you know, how ketamine therapy gets used as well. But they learned how to dose themselves on mushrooms to keep a lid on their dysfunction and actually remain highly functional. And I think that's sort of what M109 had in mind in a community mental health sort of model, where someone could come in and be with a sitter and get dosed with mushrooms. And we know now that I've only seen this in one study, but that the psychedelic experience actually has the ability to overwrite damaged recordings in the emotional centers of the brain, right? So when you drop in, you're going, where's the pain? Where's the pain? It's gone. So this ability to overwrite the damaged recordings in the amygdala, amygdala is like the black box in a passenger plane. When the plane goes down, it remembers everything that happened. Same thing in the amygdala, it remembers everything that ever happened to you. The thing is, those recordings, those thoughts may no longer be true, or may have never been true. Completely dysfunctional recording trapped in the emotional centers. And it seems that the psilocybin is able to overwrite these damaged recordings to remove the pain long enough to return the person to a higher level of functioning. If they get with it and they actually go and seek therapy on top of that, then it locks in the gains that they got from that journey. But anyhow, so as far as a community mental health model, it is possible to dose with mushrooms once every couple of months and receive enough relief to increase your level of function.
So you feel like kind of focusing on just more access is going to help people get to a place that they're going to be able to access more themselves individually.
Yes, I mean, once you can reach the bottom rung of the ladder, then you can start climbing. But most of them cannot even reach the bottom rung.
Move on. I'm so sorry. We have a lot of questions online here. I'm just going to move on and just got some really good ones. How can licensed facilitators establish relationships with local therapists and counselors?
How can licensed therapists establish relationships with other licensed therapists? Facilitators. Oh, licensed facilitators. How can licensed facilitators establish relationships with licensed counselors? Psychology Today is a great location for, I think, everyone I know. And I know a lot of licensed mental health practitioners who are on Psychology Today. I don't think I know anyone that isn't. But that's a great place to find folks if you're looking to establish a relationship with a therapist. I'm curious though, like what would be the goal there for the facilitator to be finding a therapist?
Well, if I may, I'm kind of going to flip this around, that we've actually had numerous clients that the licensed facilitators will say their clients have come back to them in integration and their therapists have stopped wanting to work with them because they don't believe, I see some nodding heads out there, because they've done psychedelics and they don't feel, I will actually speak that it happened to a family member of mine, that a therapist she was working with even prior has said, I can't because I'm not able to speak to you about your experience. So there's definitely something that, working with Collaboration, that it would be wonderful for us as service center operators. I know we have, many. We also work with New York University School of Medicine, their psychedelic research center. So we are often connecting with therapists there that are psychedelically trained. So to have a list, I agree, I would love to have a list. I would love to have that list to be able to offer to licensed facilitators, to clients, if they want to continue integration with those new set of eyes. But I fear that there is that pushback. So I am, great question. I would love to see more collaboration with that and information getting out there for the licensed facilitators, service centers, especially those therapists.
Limited with information of what information we can give about our clients, that we can't connect them, or so we're limited in that respect. So yes, let's just move forward.
There's a recent article in the Psychotherapy Network, it actually was really good. Bessel van Kolk and Monica, I can't remember her last name, but everybody have different hats, maybe most people here have different hats that they wear, and sometimes there's more or less risk aversion to saying on your profile, for example, in Psychology Today, I'm in New York with psychedelics. But the idea of maybe you're reaching out as a therapist to the service centers who do have websites to say, I'm going to get on your list, that might be one way. Let me move on to our question here. Traditional Western therapy models were not designed with suicide and therapy in mind. How do you feel therapy models need to change to truly support the seekers?
I'll give this one quickie. So basically the way that we do psilocybin therapy is, I'd say it's pretty much the same as talk therapy, except it's years faster.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Dude, I don't know. This is why I say that. It's hard to exist in a capitalist society. I'm not just like riffing like, it's hard to, capitalism. It really is, like, this is insane. How are you supposed to commodify everything and constantly be under the thumb of make money and survive, and we're barely surviving, and we're expecting to thrive? I mean, this is just the biggest bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Good, you first.
It is. And I work in this model, right? And I'm constantly surrounded in the model. And all the over-medicalization, concerns, I see it. All the pharmaceutical concerns, I see it. I work with it. I'm not willing to just be avoidant of it. I mean, there's organizations that straight up won't even talk about psychedelics, which is wild to me. But, I think it needs to be kind of person-centered, seeker-centered, right? What is it that they need? What is their cultural background? What is their, generational background, what are their values, what do they care about, and tailor it to that individual, and have different spaces where that person can readily identify reputable, honorable, legitimate people who have been vetted that they can go and get that care from. You know, we talked earlier about like aversion, we talked earlier about like how marginalized people can get access, and actually I don't think it's for a lack of trying. I think everybody's kind of trying to encourage access. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is like, no, you know, respectfully, let's look around. Let's think about who's not here, right? And I don't think that's necessarily unilaterally one group's fault. I don't think that's necessarily a failing of trying. I think it's a failing of fear. It's a consequence of the war on drugs. Why would you know, people of color want to be actively showing up in spaces like this? Like, it would be incredibly, I mean, I have incredible fair-skinned privilege to show up here, but I'm a physician, so I can just be like, ho, ho, ho. But, you know, I think like, you know, somebody who's coming in is going to feel very uncomfortable, I'd imagine. So I think a very, very important place to start, and this is going to be my main point today on this panel, is to go to those communities and educate those communities, have public health education, accurate information, not like hype squad, psilocybin is going to cure everything for you, but this is a tool, and you know what? There actually exist safe spaces for you to exist. And if you want to exist in these safe spaces, like, let's just inform you about, you know, what this is, and instead of maybe being fearful, you feel a little bit more empowered. How do we empower those marginalized groups to feel a little bit like they can get closer towards the center? I think that's going to be important. So that's a long answer.
Oh, by the way, really briefly, the name of that study about the dosing with psilocybin every few months, it's the Hopkins study, naturalistic use of psilocybin. I mean, that's the beginning of the title. It's also on the National Institute of Mental Health website.
Just thought of too, we have an ecologist here today. Is it Justin, who's opening an education center, or online kind of? Yeah. Yeah, Daniel, I'm so sorry, Daniel. Yeah, so education centers, you know, just people focusing on getting the word out is going to, it's huge, yeah.
It's everything, and I feel often that there's pushback because we're unable to say things on social media, or we're unable to really put it out there, you know, also from things need to be confidential, and we'll see what happens with the state as we do that, but there's still this risk aversion and this harm, and you know, the damage of 1970, the war on drugs, has really, and then trying to get the word out to the community. I mean, I'm sure that each of us that are in the industry, it is definitely difficult. You know, we're just trying to survive paying these licensing fees. You know, I mean, it's atrocious. I'm on the news talking about it quite often. Sorry, the local news down in Medford, so I'm sure you are not watching that, okay? I don't even want to watch it. But it's definitely something that, you know, why I'm so appreciative of something like this, that we can really get together and be a force of nature and be like the mycelium and allow us to do what the mushroom's doing. I mean, we're growing mycelium right here, right now. It's happening. So yeah, help us get the word out there.
I believe, you know, just going back to our panelist in Texas, Ashley, she has a network, you know, she created a network, and maybe she had a lot of help with that, kind of like we had a lot of help with this conference, but just everybody getting together and talking about who they are and how, just all these possibilities. I just want to offer a little thing about the network that Ashley created, Psychedelic Guide Network. They are taking their first round of applicants for their next quarterly gateway in June, so that's first come, first served. I have the website if anybody wants to get more information about it. I highly encourage, you know, becoming part of a consultation group or just keep the conversations going. We talked about keeping this conversation going. So I think we'll wrap up here. Any final comments before we do that?
Any questions?
Well, we have about a minute. Yeah. Well, let me just say thanks again for our panelists, and just in talking a lot about our enthusiasm for the medicines of all types. There are some other questions online, but we are going to answer all of the questions, and post them at least. Some of them are a little more specific to medical advice and such. But building relationships is really important to us today, so let's keep that conversation going. And thank you.
consumption during an administration session under the supervision of a licensed facilitator. Also, it's important to note the section's role is to implement the statute. Our job is to take the words on the page and make them into a reality. And that's our only job. We understand that the psilocybin ecosystem is much bigger than the Measure 109 system, but that is the purpose of the program, and we are not authorized to do anything that is outside of statute. Psilocybin is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound found in over 200 species of mushrooms, and it's been used for centuries. Although psilocybin services are an option in Oregon, it's important to note that they remain a Schedule I controlled substance under the federal CSA. For more detailed information on scientific and cultural and anthropological research, we have 2 documents on our website that were developed by our board: the Scientific Literature Review and the Cultural and Anthropological Review. These are both available in Spanish and English. Quick review of the license types. There are 4 license types: a manufacturer license, which does what it sounds like. It cultivates psilocybin and manufactures psilocybin products. A laboratory license. A service center license is the premises where the administration sessions take place. And the rules set minimum standards for these licenses, but they don't dictate the look and feel of a service center. So as long as the minimum standards and rules are set, service centers can look like a clinician's office, they can look like a fancy wellness retreat, and they can look like anything in between. That's really a choice for the operators. The facilitator licenses are held by individuals who have completed training and qualified for a license, and these are the folks that actually facilitate the psilocybin services. How does a product get to a service center? Psilocybin products are cultivated and processed by the manufacturer, and manufacturers are limited to cultivating only Psilocybe cubensis. Again, there's only one species in the system, that's Psilocybe cubensis. Wild harvest, synthetic psilocybin, and adulterated products are all prohibited. Psilocybin products are then tested by a licensed laboratory. These laboratories are licensed by our section and accredited by the Oregon Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, which you may know by its acronym ORLAP. After testing, the packaged product is transferred to a licensed service center where it can be sold and transferred to clients for consumption during an administration session. Throughout the process, these products are tracked in a product tracking system. This is a system that we developed in-house. If you are a licensee, you're familiar with it. It lives within the larger TLC system, which is training, licensing, and compliance. And that's our IT system that we use to issue licenses and interact with licensees. So how does a client access services? Although many people refer to psilocybin services as psilocybin therapy, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, that's in the title of the conference here. It's important to note that we are not implementing a medical model. Under the statute, clients can receive psilocybin services for any reason. Could be wellness or general health, or it could be to address a serious concern. The term therapy is not used in ORS 475A, and we have some pretty clear rules on scope of practice for facilitators. A licensed facilitator must take a non-directive approach, and they are prohibited from practicing under other license types while acting as a facilitator. So in real-world terms, what this means is if your facilitator is, licensed in another profession, and they want to see clients while they are exercising the privileges of that profession, they need to do so in a setting that is completely separate from offering psilocybin services. So again, when you're at the service center, when you're working with clients at the service center, you cannot exercise the privileges of your other license type. You cannot diagnose, treat, or bill. But but that does not prevent a person from seeing that client in a different setting. And if there are more questions about that, you can send them to our email, and we'd be happy to pick that up. So a preparation session is required for every client, includes lots of paperwork, including a client information form and informed consent documents, and much of that paperwork is listed on our website. So if you want to see samples of the operational forms that are used, please check out our website where we have many forms available. Clients participate in administration sessions, as I've said, and they may also participate in an optional integration session. So integration is a word that is kind of used more generally in the community, and there can be different types of community circles or integration resources that are available to clients. When we use the term integration session, in our model, we're talking about a session with a licensed facilitator, and then the same rules that I referenced earlier would apply during that session. Compliance. Members of the public can file a complaint on the OPS website, and our section does investigate every complaint, incident, or concern. But again, you know, we are only looking at things that are within our scope of authority. So if somebody says, my neighbor is growing psilocybin in his garage, that's not an issue for our section. That's an issue for law enforcement. Complaints are subject to disclosure under Oregon Public Records Law, but our section will make every effort to keep them confidential to the extent that we are permitted to by law. During an investigation, we conduct interviews, gather evidence, and if there is sufficient evidence, we will charge a violation against the license. We are an administrative agency, so our authority is against licenses and permits. We have no authority over people or personal property. Sanctions depend on the severity of violations and may include a restriction, civil penalties, suspension, or revocation. Hearings, if requested, are conducted by an administrative law judge at the Office of Administrative Hearings, and they will issue a proposed order, which is then adopted as a final order by our section. Worker permits. Licensees and employees who perform certain work are required to have worker permits. Pretty simple application process. There is a background check, which is run by an independent background check unit to ensure that there are no disqualifying convictions. I'll touch briefly on local government considerations. Anybody who is interested in receiving a license will need to get a land use compatibility statement from their local government. And this statement is used to communicate the zoning determination. Also, local governments have the authority to opt out completely from the issuance of service center and manufacturer licenses in their jurisdiction, and the authority to adopt reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, or excuse me, regulations. Equity, access, and affordability. I'm going fast because I'm short for time, but this is a really important subject. 475A creates many new opportunities in Oregon, but we would like to recognize that there are a number of equity, access, and affordability challenges. Our section is a fee-based section. That means the license fees cover the cost of our work. So we may hear more about that later when we talk about license fees. We know they are high. The reason they're high is because that is our funding source for the program. We recognize that the cost may be prohibitive to some applicants. We also recognize that the cost of services may be prohibitive for some clients. Our section does not have authority to regulate the cost of services, but we are doing everything that we can to support equity, and that includes reduced license fees for certain applicants, and that also includes requiring licensees to create a social equity plan that will help address accessibility for clients who have experienced social or economic marginalization. Quick update on rulemaking. We adopted rules on January 1st, 2024. We will adopt further rules later this year. If anyone is interested in becoming a member of the Rules Advisory Committee, I would suggest that you please sign up for our distribution list via email, and we will send application materials in the near future for rules advisory committees that will be seated in August. We'll also have public listening sessions in late June. And getting back to the rulemaking, we will have public comment period in October for any member of the public. I'm going to give a quick update on the number of licenses. We issue an update weekly, so this is current as of the 14th. We have 10 licensed manufacturers, 2 licensed laboratories, 27 service centers, and 326 licensed facilitators. Thank you. I'm going to take my seat at the panel now, but I would encourage everyone to sign up for our distribution list. That's really the best source of information. I would also encourage everyone to take a look at our website. We have a lot of resources there. And I thank you for your time.
There we go. Thank you, everyone. Wow, this is fabulous. Look at all these awesome people up here. So today we wanted to just have kind of an open discussion around how OPS, how the rollout has been. And we have multiple different types of licensees up here. And it was important for us to include OPS on this panel because they are part of the solution. And the folks there are advocates for everything that we believe in. They're just tied down by regulation. And as part of the collaborative model of us working with them, is that they want to learn from us, and we can learn from them towards our ultimate goals. So I welcome some of the other panelists up here. We have Tori Armbrust, is founder of Satori Farms, BDX, the first company to receive a license to manufacture psilocybin mushrooms in Oregon. Tori is a mother of 2, a longtime mushroom enthusiast, cultivator, and educator. Tori is also the single owner and employee of the company and currently supplying psilocybin to over half of the new service centers that have been licensed under the rollout of Measure 109 by OPS Service Section. So wow, you've had quite an impact on many people. Greg Robillard is a psychedelic therapist and educator. He's on the board of directors for the nonprofit Synaptic Institute, where he teaches for their ketamine and psilocybin training programs. Thank you for being here. We have Heidi Venture, hello, is a pioneer in Oregon's legal regulated psilocybin industry, blazing a trail by opening Vital Reset in Hood River, one of the first service centers in the state. She values collaboration, compassion, and communications. Thank you for being here. And Mary Nielsen, again, thank you for being here, is the entrepreneur founder of Clinical Cognitive Facilitator Training and co-founder of Brain Brew PDX. Mary is the executive director and founder of Spectrum Advanced Aesthetics Institute, the OG of Fearless Beauties, and an author of several textbooks. She believes in the empowerment found in education and in supporting complementary methods for enacting the highest level of healing, including psychedelic facilitator training. Mary serves as the vice chair on the advisory board for private career schools in Oregon. Welcome, Mary. And Douglas Wingate has a doctor of Chinese medicine with a postdoctoral work in clinical neuroscience. He's a psilocybin facilitator and co-founder of 7-Gate Sanctuary Psilocybin Service Center in Portland. He has been specializing in integrative neurorehabilitation, traumatic brain injury, emotional, neurocognitive, and chronic pain conditions for 15 years. Additionally, he's certified in somatic psychedelic integration. He also works with the Integrative Psychiatry Institute Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Program. He's written multiple books on brain health and consciousness and lectures and teaches to international audiences on topics ranging from integrative medicine, brain and body healing, trauma, and psychedelics. So welcome, everyone. Yes, applaud you all. And I hope you don't mind me standing during this period. And please encourage everybody to be sending in your questions of what you wanted this to be. We really wanted this to be an interactive portion where you all are sharing your experiences and focusing on what are the challenges, but more so on what are the solutions. And so maybe we can just start off if y'all want to share of just how was being the first out there? how is this experience going from licensing to actually serving clients and doing it? Maybe you could just share a little bit of those experiences? Is this mic?
Start off, Tori.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tori Armbrust. I was the first in the state to receive any license under Measure 109, and that was back in March of 2023. So I've hit my 1 year operating, and it has been full of challenges. So, you know, us in the state are kind of navigating this together, and there's a lot of changes happening. It was a very slow rollout. So the challenges obviously have been financial, and it creates a need for real estate. So, you know, therapists are not able to operate out of their own brick and mortar that they currently operate out of. And so you are required to either purchase or go rent commercial real estate that fits the zoning. And so that was a huge, huge challenge, and I imagine will continue to be a challenge because each jurisdiction treats psilocybin very differently. So yeah, navigating the rules and regulations was incredibly challenging, but it's been a huge and wonderful learning experience, and overall, people are getting access to psilocybin, and that was the goal. So I hope to continue to be in business and keep supplying this beautiful product to people.
Thank you for that. Just brief update to my bio. I'm going to start working at Fractal Soul as a psilocybin facilitator. So I've landed in a place which is really exciting for me. All right, so I remember when we were trying to build our education program, when we had a curriculum approved by OPS, which was huge, and then we said, wait, we have to spend how much money to get approved by the Higher Education Coordination Commission? And I generated something like, there were 8 steps of that approval to just make sure that you were a legit organization. I tackled 2 of them, and I generated over 150 pages of policy documents to answer basically 2 questions. So that part of it was mind-numbingly difficult, but we got through it, and we've had 2 cohorts graduate who are all facilitators. They're not all in Oregon, and we do not have a policy of the idea whether you're working in the underground or not. We just want to create excellent facilitators. In terms of challenge, and when the idea of fees come up, I just paid my psilocybin facilitator fees, and that is on my mind, but rather than complain about it, which we can do at any point out in one of the conference rooms, just the call to action, like there is a lobby right here in this room, and we can tell our lawmakers that we are not satisfied with the fee structures because it is not equitable, and it's easy for a guy who looks like me, who is my age, to pay for a $2,000 license. But it's not easy for everybody. And so we can tell our lawmakers who actually work for us that we are not satisfied with the current fee structures.
Remind me of the question again.
Just, what's your experience, and especially having opening 2, a training center and a service center, of how that process of licensing, getting it up and going, has been for you?
Okay. So I think I was one of the probably only people that knew that in addition to getting my curriculum approved through OPS, that I was going to have to get a license through HEC. And having been through that licensing process for several other programs, it is exceptionally challenging. It is a lot of reams of paper. But I understand HEC's purpose is protecting the student from some fly-by-night organization that's going to come in, take their money, and be gone. So there really is protections in there for students. And it took several months for that process to go through because it is 8 steps. And it moves slowly. The OPS department is very small. The HEC private career vocational school division is also very small. But I just remember that first day of going into the space and just being like, yay, we're here, we're doing it, we're moving forward. And so, yeah, that was just honest elation. And yeah, there's a lot of There are fees involved, and you're absolutely right. We have our lawmakers, and we can use our voice to make a difference. And making a difference means you approach your legislator, become friends with your legislator, call them up, send them an email, say you want to meet them for coffee, find out if they're psilocybin friendly, because your voice will matter. And then after being opened as a school, I knew I wanted to open a service center because there weren't enough service centers open, and I wanted my students to have an experience with psilocybin within the legal framework of Oregon. I recognized they could have a psilocybin practicum in Mexico, in Jamaica, wherever they're going, but they're not getting the psilocybin experience that's required for facilitators in the state. So that led to the opening of a service center, which also was a huge process, huge expensive process, but in the end, I feel like the healing that will come, the purpose for being there, is to create that healing and to step out of the medical model, which isn't working, and doing something different. And I'm an early adapter and like to see what's happening next. So, okay.
That's okay. All right, so I've navigated both the licensure for facilitation, or as a facilitator, and then navigated getting licensure for the service center as well. I was one of the first to complete, or actually get licensure as a facilitator, so I think I was like 4th in the state or something like that. And that was really interesting because everything was so fresh and so new. So while we were having to navigate in real time what that was going to look like. We had started the program, everything had been approved. I've also navigated the Higher Education Commission, so I feel for you guys. So the rules sort of got solidified mid-program, and so there was some interesting dynamics that we had to navigate in terms of making sure that everything was met properly. And then with the service center, there's a lot of different components. Like you said, the land use, making sure that the county or the city is on board, and then the huge financial hurdles that come into play on both ends of that. And much like has already been mentioned, I think that's one of the real biggies in terms of what's prohibitive in terms of making this accessible right now. I know a lot of facilitators or people who were training to be a facilitator who either went on to get licensed or not, many coming from mental health care backgrounds, already existing therapy practices and things like that, who were very hopeful about being able to offer the services, and then once the formal rules went into place and the fee schedules became apparent, it was too prohibitive, and there was a dramatic change of plans. And you can take a look at the numbers of how many licensed facilitators there are. It was over 300, and then only 27 service centers right now. So there's a lot of people who want to do this work, and there were definitely some hurdles along the way. I appreciate the upcoming panel on the nonprofits. I think for the time being where things are at with regulations, that's hopefully going to be a very useful or beneficial tool in terms of allowing for some accessibility with where things are at right now. And then in anticipation of, you said, there is ongoing discussion as far as the rules and regulations, and there's already been some evolution with that in time, and I think that's going to continue to evolve. So hopefully we can advocate to make it better and better over time.
Woo. I'm Heidi Venture with Vital Reset Service Center in Hood River. Everything they said. And my partner and I just have looked at this as an adventure, and I have really good strategic thinking skills, so it wasn't that hard getting through licensing. We didn't find that to be very difficult. It's, they were helpful at OPS. It wasn't that big a deal. The place that was difficult was that we spent a lot of time imagining what things would be like in the service center, what it would be like to welcome a person in, what it would be like to have them fill out paperwork and pay, and what would happen with the facilitator. I'm also licensed as a facilitator, and our imagination was not nearly big enough for what things are actually like in the service center. So it wasn't big enough. We did not imagine well the problems that would happen, but the thing I want you to hear is that we also did not imagine how much healing and joy we would experience ourselves and see people experience right in front of us. Probably 90 to 95% of the people who have a journey with us, at the end of the journey, they say something equivalent to, "This is the most important and best thing I've ever done in my life. And this is my job now. I get to make that happen for people." So I'm not going to complain about how hard it is to license or the licensing fees or any of that, because this is an amazing thing that we all got involved in. We're all pioneers in this beautiful industry, and anything we can do to collaborate with each other, and that means everybody has a voice, everybody gets to be part of building what we're building. Whatever we can do to collaborate, I want to be part of that.
That was just wonderful and beautiful. Thank you all. It's just amazing to, I mean, the people that we work with within this industry, I always just feel heartwarmed to share with everybody and the efforts that you all are doing to make this happen and the struggles that you have to go through. Jesse, do you want to share anything about how it's been for you guys having to be on the forefront and take a lot of heat as well?
Sure, thank you. I'm going to take a little different approach to this question, and what I would like to share is that we are all startups here, and that includes the regulator. There was no Oregon psilocybin services section when this ballot measure was passed. This is not work that was absorbed by existing infrastructure. We, as the regulatory section, had to build all of our infrastructure. And it's not necessarily the fun stuff to talk about on panels like this, but there was a lot of hiring. We're very proud of our IT interface that we built. The TLC system that I referenced earlier is really good by state government standards. If you're grading us on a curve, it's really, really good. So, of course there are challenges, and, of course the entire first set of rules needed some revision. We adopted these rules governing every aspect of the program from start to finish before we issued a single license. And that's the way it has to be. There's really no avoiding that, but the consequence of that is that we're going to have to continually look at our regulations. We're going to have to continually hear from folks like you all, and that's why we're really excited to participate in forums like this and to keep that conversation and that collaboration going.
To all of your staff, thank you for everything that you guys are doing. It's a lot of pressure. And I also see Angela Albee, who heads up, I'm not sure, I forgot her official title, section manager, phenomenal person. And we meet regularly with them because they want to hear back from the community. And then they also share with us. It's part of the purpose of a nonprofit, if I may just interject there, is to be working with the government on behalf of the community. So this is where I share, you guys share what you want, and they want to hear that in a productive manner, and this is about solutions, and like what everybody said. So to bring it into the mental health for those that are how do you think OPS could, the model, which is different than OPS, the individuals, the model that we have, where do you see the opportunities there for improving, or just we kind of skipped over some of the access and inequity. What are some thoughts on either what you guys have done, or what do you think could be done so that we can make this more accessible for everybody? Heavy question. Anyone want to dive in first?
So this is a tricky one because it is easy to complain about the license fees and the exorbitant costs of insurance and how challenging banking is. But on the other side of that, if you eliminate license fees or bring them down to, say, $500 or $1,000, I mean, that's going to lead to an entirely new set of issues that we're all going to have problems with, right? Because as of now, it requires nothing to become a grower. So I have 10 years of cultivation experience, and it's taken a lot of years to figure out all the nuances of growing mushrooms, and that allows me to be able to sell a product that I believe in and I think is really high quality. And I think that when you lower those license fees to so little that you're going to be changing the market completely. And so I don't like to complain too much about the issues because I don't have a better solution. On my end, I give out a lot of free mushrooms to the service centers in order for the facilitators to sample those. So we have test results and we have the variety of mushroom, but the big gap is what actually is this experience of milligrams of analyte. In the underground, we deal with dried weight. And in this model, that is essentially irrelevant because we are only dealing with the analyte of psilocybin. And so how a package is created is that once we know the potency, then we are able to figure out how much weight we package for up to a single serving. And so I think it's important that while we are not required to give away a certain amount, our social equity plans, yes, are goals that we have to try to meet. But I think as far as equity and accessibility, I think we all have to just take it upon ourselves to offer product for free, offer product at a sliding scale, and that's what I've really tried to do. So I've offered probably close to $8,000 worth of product to people for vets, for sliding scales, for facilitators. And so I really just try to do what I can on my own, but as far as I think OPS has been great, easy to work with, and it's a regulated body. So we all knew that getting into this, that we have a boss. It's just a very scary boss to have. But I would pick that over, working a 9 to 5. And I think what we're doing here is impacting people, and it's not perfect, and it's going to change. And we all just have to do what we can to work in good faith and try to make good changes.
One of the important factors for us at Synaptic of being a nonprofit was to increase access. And part of that access for us is continuing education. And so I think in terms of future successes, I would like to see some formalized continuing ed. I also talk to interns. I try to talk to graduate interns in LPC or LMFT programs whenever I can about psychedelics, so I can help train and mentor the next group of therapists so that we have much more psychedelically informed folks. The other thing I really think about that in my most meaningful medicine experiences, at Synaptic last year, I did have the opportunity to go to Jamaica for my practicum. And so I'm glad that we're sort of able to now, to what you said, it's really important to experience the OPS model for facilitators. That is incredibly important. But what I really came away with in my experiences in Jamaica is that we heal in community and how important healing in community is. And so I think where we can provide access is a lot more group work. And so that's something I'm really, really excited to be looking at with people is can we provide more group ceremonies to people to lower access to cost.
I am appreciative that OPS does have in their regulations that that you can test out of some of the modules that they have, up to 40% of the program. So at Clinical Cognitive, tuition is about $8,500, but by testing out with knowledge they already have, the history of psychedelics, for example, they can reduce that tuition to around $5,000. And so that makes it more affordable, and it takes people that already have that experience to be able to move through a program faster and become facilitators. People who are involved now didn't necessarily jump into this because it was going to be a get-rich-quick scheme, right? You're in it because your heart is calling you to be involved in it. And so I think when you follow your heart, then, right, the money comes so that you have enough. It's important that we all have enough, and I think that there is enough for everybody, right there. There's enough trauma for everybody. And having this open, like, you know, Heidi was saying, this open culture of abundance and sharing rather than a mentality of scarcity. And so we know this is it's brand new. There's going to be lots of regulations down the road. It's not static. It's going to be evolving. And if we just hang in there, stay positive, I think it will evolve into something that we can all be proud of.
I don't know what to necessarily add to the initial question, but I would like to also just kind of mirror the comment about group work and how that can not only potentially allow for more accessibility, but also the real potential that comes with the work when it's done in a group setting or in a group dynamic. That was a real key component for me when we were looking for a space for our service center. My work with the Integrative Psychiatry Institute in their psychedelic assisted therapy program, we're doing their practicums for their training, and all of that is done in a group setting. So you've got anywhere from 8 to 12 people all dosing, and some really, really incredible experiences have come out of that, and not only deep healing, but also deep connection that happens among the individuals in that group. So I just wanted to lend a little bit more on that and how I've seen that bear out in my own experience working with that, and how important it was for me when looking into a space that could accommodate that and also allow for some more accessibility.
We've started offering our new facilitators, just graduated facilitators, the opportunity to get some more practice by serving the equity clients at the lowest end of the sliding scale. And that's been really great for us because it means we're all getting practice, we're all getting more experience, and we get to see how the facilitators behave. You know, what are they like? They're not getting paid anything for this, and they're getting the experience they need to go to school, which I did, and have a total of 2 facilitation experiences, one of which was group, so really 1 facilitation experience, and then go to work as a facilitator. It's just not, you know, it's just not enough. People need a lot more experience. They need to find ways to have experience. And by serving these people at the low end of our sliding scale, they can get that experience.
To add to that, I appreciate that, and that was feedback that we took in at Synaptic, that we added on a requirement of 40 apprenticeship hours for graduation. That is not a requirement from the state. That is our requirement. That still doesn't feel like enough. Also, the students complain about it because it's really hard to find those hours. So if we can find ways that either we can pay service centers, or our students can pay service centers, or we can find some sort of agreement, community agreement, to help new facilitators get more hours, I think that's going to be really critical.
Fabulous, thank you very much. Also want to recognize Dan back there with Rose City Labs. He's our lab testing, and they do a lot of trials and all sorts of cool stuff. I would encourage you, if you want to learn more about that, check him out. A wealth of information, phenomenal man. So a question from the audience that came up, probably more so for the service centers, that I've heard that clinics are either struggling to find business or are a bottleneck. Which is true? Anyone want to try that one out?
I don't know.
How is it in your center?
In my center, we're rural. You know, we're 60 miles out of Portland, and we are struggling to find as many clients as we want. So, and marketing is a big hurdle. If we put anything on Facebook, we get kicked off. You know, so we're actually working right now on becoming bigger in our local community. We're having an open house next week for healing professionals, and I'm going to speak at Rotary Club. Doesn't that sound fun? I spoke at Lions Club, and they were not amused. So, yeah, but like somebody said, there's plenty of trauma out there. There are plenty of people who can be helped by this, and I think it's just a matter of, like, we think everybody knows that psychedelics can help them because we're in this little psychedelic bubble, but, you know, 99% of people have no idea what they could get out of a journey.
I think I'm too fresh in terms of our licensure for the service center to really say, because we're at a point where it took us almost a year to go through the licensing process, and so we only got our license about a month ago. So most of my facilitation work has been through IPI so far, and I'm coming from an existing history and practice that I've been in for a number of years, and a number of our facilitators are coming as with mental health care backgrounds, and so they've had existing practices as well. And so we've had people that were at the ready, waiting for licensure to finally come through. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and I don't think I could speak as far as the long term.
Thank you.
I would say that we would like Brain Brew to be busier, but recognize that this is so new and there's so much, exactly as we all know here, what we know, the public still thinks it's more like a cannabis dispensary model. They have heard things that it's going to cost you $5,000 to have a journey, and there's a 6-month waiting list, and you aren't going to be able to get in anyway. So I think they're uninformed about the options, and I know that there are service centers that would be happy to take them. But they just, maybe it's a sense of overwhelming, and they don't really know.
Anyone else want to share?
Yeah, so I can speak from the sales point. There are some centers that are going through product. They are seeing a ton of people. I don't think anybody right now is waitlisted. It's possible that some of them are, but the places that are really seeing a lot of people have kind of taken on the same idea as me of that you have to be totally flexible. I think places that set their price and, you know, believe that what they're providing is of a certain value, I think those places are having a harder time, because I think we all found really quickly that we all needed to be flexible. The market leveled itself and prices dropped. And so the places that are willing to work with whatever budget, those places are rocking and rolling. Unfortunately, we've seen one center close down. I imagine there will be more, because I think very quickly it's going to get oversaturated. We have 27 service centers now, but we have 10 growers, and you know, you can grow a lot of product in a very small space. And so, especially in 2025, when the residency restrictions are dropped, we're going to see huge money coming from other states, and I'm hoping that OHA will limit licenses at some point, and that we don't see what happened in the cannabis industry happen here. However, it is a totally different model. But overall, marketing seems to be a big challenge, but places are doing well, and there's product going out to a lot of people.
Can I follow up on that real quick? I'd like to speak really quickly to the issue of limiting licenses and clarify that we do not currently have authority to limit licenses. So, you know, the way that the licensing program works right now is there's a list of qualifications in statute and rule, and if the applicant meets those qualifications and pays the license fee, they receive a license. So, you know, Tori mentioned oversaturation in cannabis. It's the same structure in cannabis. The regulator over there also does not have authority to issue licenses or limit licenses. At least that was true in the initial years of the program. I have not kept up on the evolving regulations. So this is really going to be, it's a free market right now. And we are waiting and watching to see what happens.
Anybody else care to chime in on that one? Thank you. So that actually answered one of the other questions that came online about the homeostasis of having, the number of facilitators and centers that we have. So thank you for doing that. On the marketing, and this is one of the reasons why we're doing these free videos for providers, is that as a nonprofit, we can educate the community about someone's mental health approach. We're not doing this, so we're not saying anybody should use psilocybin or use anything, so I'd encourage you, if you would like to have that, do sign up for that. If you're a mental health provider, facilitator, integration specialist, we have all these, and the service centers as well. We want to partner with you all on that. We have some other questions from the audience, but is there any, on the panel, is there anything that you guys would like to ask each other, or do you think that is just like really pressing in your minds? This could be a great one just to kind of finish up. What is your number one takeaway from the first year of OPS that could help guide us going forward? And maybe like, what would you see the next states, like in your experiences, that could make the next states that are approaching help this process be better for them?
I think it's really important to work with the other states. We had these rules and regulations come out with, a committee, and it was the first. So other states are going to do it better. They'll learn from us. I think for me, what I learned the most, you got to be really, really comfortable with being flexible. There's so much unexpected stuff that comes up during the licensing. With this whole journey, I think you learn to take it in stride, and I think that's the best way to do this, because in every new state that comes up, it's going to be the same thing, even though they might have a little bit to work with from what we started. Colorado is going to open up. That's going to be a whole different model, and they're going to have a different set of challenges because the climate there is very different. So yeah, I'm excited to see how those programs roll out, and I think they'll be flaws, and I think there'll be changes, and I hope in 20 years that it's going to be a beautiful place where our kids can grow up in a very different place than we did. So
one thought I had was that the OPS right now is this tiny little baby, and when you have tiny little babies, they teach you patience, and they teach you humility. And so I would hope other states and people in these other states are really approaching this from a point of view of patience and humility.
I think for me, the thing that I've appreciated is that I feel like OPS has been very open to having meetings with licensees to get their feedback, to work through problems. I think that the monthly meetings they have, the board meetings that are open for all of us to participate in, I think just having that openness with the staff there, that they're willing to take the feedback and they're willing to be working hard to make it better.
All of that, keeping in mind that everything is still very much in its infancy and continuing to evolve. And as far as, I guess, key takeaways in my year, I haven't been running a service center for a year yet, but I have been facilitating for the year. And a big takeaway for me personally with that is just really seeing how much potential this has for some real, true, deep healing, and watching that unfold and remaining hopeful as the future goes forward to allow for more and more of that.
I'd like to see the new states have more flexibility in the legislation, because I feel like OPS would do more to be flexible if the law was a little more flexible. And I forgot what my other thing was, so you're missing it.
Do you want to chime into that? I think that would be great. Tell us the solution to it all.
So there is no solution to this all. Every state is going to do it differently, and hopefully we'll all learn from each other. You know, what I wanted to offer is that if states, when they are developing their programs, are interested in supporting equity, that really needs to be built in at the first step with the enabling legislation. If it's not something that can be added later in rulemaking. You need to have the tools in the statute in order to address these issues of cost, of access, of culturally appropriate services, or culturally relevant. Sorry if I'm choosing words poorly. But it needs to be built from the foundation up into the regulations, and that would be the input that we would offer to other states.
Great, thank you very much. And one comment that came in online, I won't read the whole thing, but it was just really recognizing the challenges for many that they don't have the luxury to be able to enter into this space. And that's, I would say, is one of the #1 things that we're really advocating for is how can we do that? And I suggest, you know, like, we can change OPS, right? I mean, like, we can be a part of making the difference. We could make a legislative change that would resolve this.
So there's 2 ways to make changes. There's administrative rulemaking, which is within the section's authority, and you know, I referenced that in my slides. We will have administrative rulemaking, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to offer input. But when we're doing that rulemaking, we are constrained by what's in the statute. We can only do what the statute gives us authority to do. So we have quite a bit of flexibility on some things and no flexibility on other things. If you want to actually change things like budget or really make substantial program changes, that's going to be a legislative change, and that's something that happens outside of the section's work.
Thank you. I think we should do that. I mean, why not? It starts here with us, right? And that's what I really, you know, just, and thank you all for participating on this. I mean, we could probably talk, just, you know, keep on going about all of this. But you know, let's work together on making these changes. And that's part of what we want this to be, is being solution-oriented. That if we are together working on this, we can change the model. And that may not be easy, but collectively, we can make the change. Collectively, we can be learning from each other, from everything that they've gone through in all of the other service centers to make this feasible. So with that, I'll just, you know, say thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your time up here. We're about to go into lunch. Maybe just a round of applause for everybody. So we have our lunches. If you did order a lunch, or outside on the tables, they're box lunches. Please do grab what you ordered. We have some left over, but try to be in there. And then we have our sign-ups out there. Barry's doing all of the interviews. You can see him if you want to continue doing that. And then we will be back in 45 minutes. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah. It'll have to be computer audio, yes.
Thank you, everyone, for figuring out all the technical issues. Always makes it fun day of when you have something that just completely switches. So appreciate y'all's patience. Thank you for folks online for your patience as well. And we are going to dive into our next panel, which is a discussion with facilitators of how it is, how are they experiencing everything. So I will do some introductions. We got Matt, and he will be moderating this panel. Matt's a wildlife biologist, educator, crisis interventionist, and now full-time psilocybin facilitator. Yes. And Erin Arvidsson, next up there. Erin is a compassionate facilitator, empathizes with those who face trauma and mental health challenges. And then next we have Marlon there at the end. Marlon is a licensed facilitator, manager of Brain Brew PDX Service Center, and the practicum supervisor for Clinical Cognitive Facilitator Training Program. Thank you, Marlon. And Dr. Jared Franklin. Hello. Dr. Franklin is a naturopathic physician with a passion for individualized holistic health, equitable healthcare delivery, and empowering others to radically self-rely through appreciation of the healing power of nature. And also a licensed facilitator. Are you newly licensed as well? Yeah. Congratulations. And so, excellent. Yeah, there we go. So what other facilitators do we have out here in the audience? Isn't that awesome? Yay for you guys. Thank you all. Okay, so we'll get going. I'm going to pass this off to Matt, and I will be reviewing questions for online, and have at it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I know there are lots of questions from people who are considering becoming licensed facilitators about what the process of becoming licensed is like and what it is like acting as a facilitator under this OPS framework. So hopefully we'll get answers to some of those questions, and please send them forward if you don't hear the responses that you have questions about regarding. But I'm just going to start off with 3 questions here, and the first one is, in your role as a facilitator, what do you find the most surprising or unexpected part of acting as an OHA licensed facilitator?
I'll take that one first, anyway. I think for me, I was surprised at the additional roles, besides being just using the underground term trip sitter, was the role of an educator to educate our clients on what are the rules, how does the program work, what is allowed, what is not allowed, explaining the difference between 25 milligrams of psilocybin analate and 5 grams of dried fruit, and trying to get that concept across to their client to help make that dosing discussion. And then dealing with all of the paperwork. I'm a documentarian as well as a facilitator with multiple forms for different purposes that have to be added or removed depending on what the client responds. So a lot of that administrative or bureaucratic nature, it was a surprise to me. And how to integrate those conversations into what a normal support or safety provider is in that conversation. I mean, our clients are coming to us to take a drug. That's what they want to talk about. They want to talk about what their experience is, but I've also got to cover this other information as well. So the prep and the orientation and that consulting work that happens up front is a lot more time consuming than what I had expected. I mean, I think we thought it would be like an hour of prep and orientation to deal with the paperwork, and that takes multiple hours and probably over multiple sessions in consulting with the client before you ever get to that stage of them being ready to consume. Thanks.
Yeah, I completely agree with Marlon in terms of the paperwork, and also just kind of diving into the amount of preparation that we really need to do, and that includes a lot of preparation work. coming from the client. They need to be actively, wanting to participate and willing to put in some of this extra effort that, not everyone does, but now, learn through the process to emphasize that and to really encourage clients to do some, specific work. Of course, it's all, optional for them to do and going through this process, but really working with them and figuring out, what is the most effective thing and what works for them, right? Not everything does across the board, and treating just each preparation as very individual and specific to each person has been, one, just surprising how important that is. Another aspect too is the marketing and true outreach of this position, this role, and how do we build our own clientele, and finding that niche has been a little bit of a surprising challenge as well going through the process, and still learning about how to do that and how to continue growing our own brands as facilitators.
I can chime in the tail end, but to sort of echo what Aaron was saying, a little bit of sort of the not so surprising, but it's like forming that niche. It's checking back in as a facilitator, like what did I get into this for, and finding how hard it is to sort of spread that word to have you heard, or like do you know like this is going on, like there is alternatives out there and this is an option, and how many people within Oregon still don't have that in as an option for themselves. So that's a little bit of the unexpected part. Being a voter for 109 and seeing a lot of the grassroots early efforts of petitioners, at the Trader Joe's or at the farmer's market, you're like, all right, people are here, they're showing up, they're going to vote. You see the turnout on the vote, and you're like, all right, the whole state must be on board. And then you realize that it's probably still close to a majority of the state has not considered it, or have gone down like figuring out the steps to actually seek services. They've kind of just chalked it up to like, oh, we have access to it now, I'm never going to get access to it. So that's a little bit of a surprising bit of realization right now, a year into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just chime in and just say that my preparation process gets longer and longer the more I've been practicing. And marketing and facilitation are absolutely not overlapping skill sets. So that's something you have to reconcile when you step into this space. So kind of following on that, though, when you're going through the consultation or the preparation process, when a client comes out with some serious mental health concerns, how do you approach them as a facilitator, and what was your training in that regard?
When a client approaches with specific mental health, condition or concern, then I think it's really important to dive into specific, triggers and support systems that they are going to need and look for, and that doesn't have to be, specific verbiage or different things while they're in a psychedelic state, but what works for you when you're not, on mushrooms, right? What is a way that we can talk and plan for this, and then if a trigger does occur, having a specific plan in place to lower the intensity and, bring us back down to the ground so that we can proceed with a really healing session.
As someone that is coming from another sort of, or is wearing another clinical hat, if you will, or therapeutic hat, which I think a good number of people in this room have come across that, or a challenge with that, is how do you separate the facilitator hat from my, previous training? And it's sort of going into each one of those sessions, coming across those individual mental health characteristics, and sort of asking myself, or doing like what would I do, and then not doing that. So like, what would I do with these other hats, and then not doing that as a non-directive form of facilitating, being facilitator. So that's the steps I go, and that's sort of the understanding I've had from the beginning, is really trying to impart that on my facilitator students as well. Again, I feel that we all have a spot in our hearts to really do this work and to continue on with it and be as helpful as possible. We do have these parameters, these hurdles, these structures to work within, and a challenge is greatly accepted. So it's very doable, but that's my approach to it. It's like, what would I do, and then not do that from the other hat role.
Yeah, for me, I think when a client presents that issue to them, to me, in that prep kind of setting, is really kind of questioning, so what kind of support do you have to deal with these issues now? What support are you in? And if you already have a relationship with a counselor, therapist, mental health professional of somewhat, are they psychedelic friendly? Can you talk to them about that? And I really encourage them to have that conversation, because if they do have that individual in their lives, they've already established a relationship, they've already established rapport and trust, and those are amazing tools to help with integration. And you know, I build in the prep aspect of setting them up to complete the journey and then do integration with that mental health professional. That is a skill set that that mental health professional has, most likely, and we encourage that to happen. So I kind of want to encourage and support the clients that present that way to utilize the tools they have, or I help them find those tools by having connections with therapists that I think they could be referred to and start that relationship long term. Because as much as we love psilocybin for what it can provide, it's not a quick fix. And if you're not doing integration, you're just doing drugs. And so you need to do the integration, and that takes work and some time.
One thing to add too is, you know, I think it's really important to emphasize that we are without judgment for the clients that are coming to us, and it takes a lot of courage, especially if, you know, these clients are already struggling with other things going on, that we just really want to emphasize, you know, there's no judgment from our end. You can be as open as you would like, and we really understand that, you know, it takes a lot to be here and to even to reach out and start this process and continue down this healing path.
Yeah, rapport building is absolutely essential from the very first second you meet with a client. And on an earlier panel, I just want to mention somebody discussed therapists oftentimes not wanting to continue working with clients if they have come for this sort of session. And in my experience, I've had, I'd hate to put a percentage on it, but probably at least half of my clients have been active in therapy. And we have actually incorporated their therapists into the integration process, where myself, the client, and the therapist will all get together for at least the first couple of sessions. So the client at least doesn't have to have that same conversation twice as well. And that's been really helpful. And this conference is called Collaborence, and I think absolutely establishing these relationships between psychedelically informed therapists and facilitators is really important for both ends of that relationship. So let's move forward and keep doing that. I have one more question, and then I'll turn it over to some audience questions. So what are we as facilitators doing to meet marginalized communities where they're at, and to inform them of their opportunities that may be available for psilocybin services?
Yes, thanks for that question. It's really something I'm curious about. It's a question within being a facilitator and writing up our social equity plans, or operating a service center, or just licensure in general in this space, is to have that social equity plan. And I really encourage people to, again, check in on it partway throughout the year. Me being a new facilitator, this is sort of fresh on my mind about where do we meet the populations in the communities that we want to serve or that we do come across. And I envision a lot of sort of grassroots efforts, really meeting people where they are. I am struggling with trying to find that. One part of that's marketing. How do you spread that word? But you know, I plan to shoot, you know, look at community groups, you know, sit in, meet, build that robust referral network that we talked about or mentioned, and really just putting your mouth into your action, your word to your action, and really following through on those equity plans. Because if you haven't figured out right now, there is not a terrible, like, robust audit system for those. It's really up to us to hold ourselves accountable in that. It's not just getting the licensure and putting it aside, but really, you know, checking in and sort of executing those. So that's what I'm curious about, but that's what I kind of envisioned in meeting people where they're at and figuring out what's at stake for them in terms of whether it be mental health or needs and whatnot.
I know for me, in this society that we live in, you know, when you're out socializing, one of the questions you're most likely to get is, what do you do for a living? And I love that conversation. I love that question, because then I get to talk about mushrooms. And I go off on it, and you know, I always have my business cards in my pocket. I am always talking about that with every opportunity that I can to reach out to my community, the LGBTQ plus community. I love going to the bar on the weekend with a stack of cards, and my goal is at the end of the night to make sure that I don't have any when I come home. Because I just want people to know that there is someone in their community that is open to this and is available for them to talk to. Whether or not they become a client or not isn't as important as whether or not they understand and know that the opportunity exists. Helping them find a facilitator and find the services that they need is the second step, but I'm really excited about that first step of just making people aware.
Also, I think it's, you know, important, and the way that I kind of work this in is offering direct discounts for marginalized groups. So it's, you know, posted on my website. It's very blatantly clear that I want to make financials not the main concern, you know, for marginalized groups coming into this, as well as seeking out resources for scholarships and other opportunities where they can get some funding to help them pay for the, you know, legal system that this is, and that's going to the service center, to the facilitator, right, to the mushrooms cost in general. So really just continuing to seek out those resources and then to spread it around once, you know, I've found them.
And I'm just going to add that I've been really shocked at how hard it is to connect with a lot of clients. Like if I found a person who was a member of a marginalized community, say they had a diagnosis of treatment-resistant depression, they were on SNAP, something like that, my services would be essentially pro bono. I could get them in a service center probably for free. Cost of medicine would be bare minimum. So maybe the entire process might cost like $150. And I actually have not been, had one client reach out to me who's met that criteria for services. And I just think that's an aspect of people not being aware that that's available and that's an option. And they hear about this and they think, oh, it's like $3,000 a session. I can't do that. And they just forget about it. So just like with informing and educating people about this service in general, I think that's a really important next step to building those bridges with a lot of marginalized communities. Okay, well, I'm going to go to a couple questions from online. First one, if somebody has a psychotic episode during or after a journey, possibly due to an undiagnosed mental illness, what measures are taken to assist that person?
Yeah. I haven't directly ran into this issue yet, but in terms of, you know, clients that we might worry about suicide with, which is, you know, maybe similar in some ways, really just continuing that connection and outreach, you know, the night of, after the session, sending them a text, you know, saying that I'm going to reach out to you and please respond, otherwise, you know, we will reach out to some you know, whether it be law enforcement or someone to come check on you, right, to make sure that you're safe and doing okay, and then continuing that over the next couple of days. So I haven't, like I said, directly ran into a psychotic episode occurring after a session, but you know, in those high intensity, high risk sessions post, just really having that follow up and really knowing, making sure they know that we're there for them.
The first thing that comes to my mind is sort of those outreach and helplines that are sort of like immediate to contact someone. If you all haven't heard of the Fireside Project, I believe a really great resource and a lot of members, a growing number of members that are actively there ready to take these calls on post-session, during session, above ground, underground. They're there to listen, provide resources, and again, listen to what's going on in the moment. So that's what comes to my mind first as one resource.
Yeah, I would second the Fireside Project. I've dealt with them. They're a great resource to use. I wish they were open longer hours than they currently are, but it is a good resource to have. During the session, I think it's all about, if that episode were to occur, it's all about safety and support for that client in that immediate setting, and making sure that you work with them to de-escalate the situation, calm them, help them get grounded, keep them safe from any kind of physical harm that could occur. We do have rules about touch, but the rules have been lessened a little bit that allow us to do safety touch if we need to intervene. So that is a nice rule adjustment than when it was first there. So we can offer that. If those episodes are occurring after they leave the session, the only way for us to really know about that or find out about that is if that client contacts us, or it comes out in one of our contacts when we reach out for a check-in after within the first 72 hours, or offer an integration session, and then we become aware of that. And again, there it's all about making sure that they have the right resources that they need to do that. The facilitator themselves within our scope of practice is limited in some of that aspect. So again, we need community resources that we are aware of to be able to give people a place to get help.
And I have kind of a follow-up question from that, Marlon. This one is specifically for you. They're asking, how do you build those relationships with therapists that you're able to send your clients or seekers to?
I'm available for coffee at any point in time to sit down and chat with any therapist about this and build my own database of people that were able to build rapport quickly with me and give me a background of what their passion and expertise is, of the type of client that they want to work with. We all have our own unique focus, or at least a driving passion to serve a community, and having a spectrum of those therapists in my pocket to say, this person would really work well with you based on childhood abuse trauma or PTSD veteran. Having those different kind of specialties are very important. So having some way to network with a mental health professional, I'm happy to build that relationship with you to be able to make those referrals. But it is events like this, or just in casual conversation, that I'm coming across people now.
Thank you. So I believe 3 of us up here, myself, Marlon, and Jared, all work with licensing training programs, and we are all licensed facilitators. So I have a question about how you all think the certification and training process can be improved.
Wow. So yes, I am involved with clinical cognitive training, facilitator training. I am the practicum supervisor because I'm also the manager of Brain Brew Service Center. So I work with that training program to develop a practicum that actually gives the student learner a chance to consume the product and be a client and have that baseline of what personal experience so that they can then share that personal experience with their clients to help them build rapport, that this individual knows what they're offering to me, they've experienced themselves. I think that is very important. It is not a requirement of students to have experienced psychedelics. I personally think it does help you build rapport when you have that experience under your hat. I think the other aspect is at least when I went to school, the thing that I missed or the thing that I desired more was more about dosing and pharmacology. The switch between 5 grams of whole dried fruit versus 35 milligrams of psilocybin is not comparable. And trying to learn that aspect around dosing and what is the appropriate dose for a client is a real challenging aspect when you're starting out, when your frame of reference is totally different. It's in dried fruit versus how much psilocybin is in a mushroom. And what it does for me is it realizes how much of a chance we all had when we're dealing totally in underground and we don't know the species or the variety of mushroom that we got, how old it is, how it's been cared and taken. We don't know any of that, and we're aiming for something as a shot in the dark. The legal framework does provide some structure around that. It's still individual, but each individual is unique in the dosage, in the impact of that dose, but getting some concept and some confidence about picking that dose is probably the thing that I struggled the most with.
I'm just really quickly going to add that dosing is actually one of the topics that I teach at Changa Institute, and not only do I want to emphasize all of the things that you just stated, but also individual reactions are so variable that there is absolutely no formula that we can really rely upon to get the dose just right for each individual client. So that is very much a learning curve, something that I think a year in, we're all still trying to nail down and wrap our heads around. So yeah, they're very challenging for all of us.
I was just going to add, I think that more shadowing or experience being around facilitating and psilocybin would be really helpful, especially with so many facilitators are coming through this pipeline right now. You know, there's 300 right now, and I'm sure a lot more coming through the education programs. That is what's, you know, going to make these people really prepared to facilitate, and you need that experience, you need that confidence to go in and be able to, you know, hold the space for people, but to really see what some of those sessions look like and what the challenging sessions look like, I think would be tremendously helpful, just increasing that.
Do you want to?
Yeah, just a quick add-on. You know, finding another facilitator that you can mentor with is, I think, really important in that aspect. And facilitators that are licensed, that are experienced, I encourage you to offer that mentorship to people. I know by being inside the service center, part of the support that we give our facilitators at our service center is if they're new, you know, we will attach them with a more experienced facilitator to help coach them through those first number of sessions that they're doing to make sure that, one, the client is well served, as well as the facilitator feels confident that they have a safety net available to them. So mentoring is a big part of that process.
I wholeheartedly agree. And as we have more rounds and more rounds, more alumni, we think of like the fruiting bodies, that mycelial network of us growing and spreading out. and to really encourage and bring up these new facilitators in sort of a professional network. You know, because these students will go on to become facilitators. They may go on to open their own service centers. They may go on to open their own labs and be producers and whatnot. And it's really checking in on them even post-graduation and having sort of, again, that professional network within the training program to really set these people up for success. I wanted to bring up too on improving practicum in instruction in the facilitator programs, having not only more mentorship, but sort of more discussion about sort of like a community project or a long-term sort of community project. I know within Synaptic, there's, at least in my cohort, there was that sort of element in the first group and the following groups, but to have a, you know, a long-term community outreach sort of project for all these programs, I think would really emphasize where those troubles are in figuring out how do we outreach to people, and a lot more emphasis on social equity plans. Again, as we have more and more examples coming through of having very good discussions about what they can look like, what is their purpose, and you know, why do we even have them and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I agree completely with everything you all just said, and I am just going to add, and I believe you have kind of said it yourselves, but regardless of how much psychedelic experience somebody has coming through the certification process, which before you start facilitating, you should have a fair amount under your belt, and I know for myself, pretty experienced with psychedelics, but it really was very helpful in informing my practice and myself to actually go through the process from a client's perspective. So no matter how well versed you think you are in the psychedelic realm, actually formally do it as a client, and you get to see what the entire process is like, because the day of the session, that's only one aspect of being a facilitator. Preparation, integration, all of that are equally and oftentimes even more important than just what happens on the day of the session. So thank you everybody for being up here. We are getting towards the end of time, but I am also on the program listed as saying a few words about the Psilocybin Facilitators Association. So I'm just going to throw that in now. I do think as facilitators, it is also really important to build a community of support for yourself. You can be faced with a lot of challenges, and it's also just good to know that there are other practitioners who you can bounce challenging situations off of, get feedback from, get support from, perhaps refer clients to who maybe aren't the best fit for you, or get clients from if they're not the best fit for the other facilitator. And that's where organizations like the Psilocybin Facilitator Association comes into play. It is an organization, it's a 501c6 advocacy group, and it is primarily and actually solely for licensed psilocybin facilitators under the OHA framework. And we hold regular weekly meetings. There's kind of an informal meeting every Wednesday. It's on Zoom, and you can just type Psilocybin Facilitators Association in Google. Should be really the first site that comes up. I've tried it, it works. And there is a link to that Zoom meeting in there. And it's a place for us to celebrate our wins, kind of commiserate over, not really losses, but challenges, get feedback, get support, and build community. And I think, you know, building that community and being a part of a community in this space is really important. And also, thank you so much for putting on this Collaborence conference, because this is another aspect of that community building. So thank you to everybody who's on the panel, to everybody who's present here today, and to everybody who's participating online. This is really, really amazing, so thank you.
Thank you. Take a quick 5-minute break before we do our next panel. So just to get a little bit of your wiggles out, to run to the restroom or get some water. And then if you could invite our nonprofit panel guests to come on up, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So our next panel, celebrating psychedelic nonprofits. One of the panels that's most near and dear to my heart as a nonprofit professional, and love to just be in this industry. So we've had to, as I've mentioned, this is our first event. And we've had some issues with getting our Zoom attendees, but we're adjusting, and we have some replacements, some people filling in to talk about some various their organizations. So y'all know about me. How about if you guys just want to take a moment and introduce yourself about what nonprofit you're representing, and then we'll get into some questions.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for putting this together, and everyone who's been of service to get it done today. My name's Casey Marie Mitchell. I'm an underground guide, certified recovery mentor, psychedelic integration coach, an educator, she, her pronouns, person with lived experience of housing instability and recovering from mental health issues. I've been in the recovery communities for 41 years, and I am here with Portland Psychedelics and Recovery today. I was president of Portland Psychedelic Society in the beginning of the pandemic, so forgive that slip. I think that's good.
I'm Tasha Lang. I am the Volunteer Development Chair at Portland Psychedelic Society. We're a nonprofit, and we really all about community building, and we have a lot of meetups, monthly groups that bring people together, integration circles, guided meditations, breath work, and we also have a facilitators collective and healthcare worker groups that meet online. So just trying to serve the community, bring people together around these healing medicines.
I'm Eden Woodruff, and in 2018, my business partner Tom Hatsis and I founded Sanctum, and it's a psychedelic education and harm reduction organization. We put on events, integration circles. We are housing the new chapter of Psychedelics and Recovery, thanks to Casey for setting that up. And we founded a nonprofit thrift store in 2023 that raises funds for psychedelic-assisted therapy. We're located in Southeast Portland, and we have an open mic we've been running since 2018 weekly, and it's built a really robust community that's really helped fund all of our efforts and support all of our efforts. And I'm really nervous, so thank you for bearing with me. And Tom was supposed to be up here, but he had emergency surgery yesterday. So, but he's good. And we're doing a community resiliency series because we found that the psychedelic mushrooms, I mean, they're amazing healers, but a lot of people are struggling just to get their basic needs met. And we wanted to address some of these issues around money and housing that a lot of people are struggling with, and just destigmatize the conversations about those things. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome, thank you very much. One of our guests that we wanted to have on a Zoom was Christine Caldwell, who's the executive director of the End of Life Psychedelic Care. An awesome organization. I am also the board president of that organization, so I'm happy to be able to speak in her replacement. Will not nearly do as good as what she could. She did send something, so I'm going to read it to y'all about the End of Life. The nonprofit End of Life Psychedelic Care was formed to help people understand how the safe use of psychedelics can transform their relationship to death and dying, as well as those who love or support them. Our programs focus on advocacy, education, and connection. Our educational programs are designed for consumer and for any professional working in or interested in working in an end-of-life caregiving role. This includes end-of-life doulas, hospice chaplains, volunteers, nurses, and physicians, as well as mental health therapists, and already trained facilitators. Our programs range from free courses to end-of-life doula training and course-specific to end-of-life psychedelic care topics. Our next free panel discussion is on end-of-life psychedelic care models in Oregon and California. It will take place on May 28th, and you can see more information about it at eolpc.org to register. We're in the middle of our current end-of-life doula training and our course on spirituality, an essential understanding for psychedelic integration at end of life. Both courses will be offered again later this year. Our next professional-related course will be on bereavement and psychedelic coming up in August. Registration for that will open soon. We launched a members forum to enable those working in an end-of-life psychedelic care field to network, find a mentor, and learn from each other. We'll be launching a connector directory next month to help consumers find professionals trained in both end-of-life and psychedelic care. Finally, we advocate for the safe and supported use, and in the state of Oregon, for example, support efforts to enable psilocybin access for those not able to travel to a licensed service center. If anybody's got any questions for Chris, you can put them in here. I'm going to be texting with her and can respond. If you want more information, she has a wealth of knowledge, and I really encourage everybody to check them out. So first question, where do you guys see your place within the psychedelic movement as an organization?
As what?
As an organization.
Thank you. Yes, it's like, can I have a do-over and talk about PIR? Thank you. I will do that right now. Psychedelics in Recovery is an organization, community organization fellowship of individuals who are, a lot of them come from 12-step program backgrounds and are integrating psychedelics and or plant medicines into their recovery process. And that's substance recovery, substance addiction recovery or process addiction recovery. And we have, I think there's probably about 20 meetings online a week now. There are 2 in-person PIR meetings here in Portland, one at the Northwest Alano Club that's 2.5 years old. We just started the second one at Eden's Place, and recently became an official 501c3 through the assistance of Jason. Woo woo. It was founded in, I'm going to say like 2017. And I met a couple of the founders, Kevin and Todd, at the MAPS conference. And they were so happy to find like 50 people in the room that they attracted that were in recovery and using psychedelics to assist them. And our meeting at the Alano Club is a safe, non-judgmental place where people can actually really be honest about what they're doing. And it's very supportive. And so that's it about PIR. I brought something just in case I cry. A couple weeks ago, we lost one of our members, Alex. And so I really felt like it was important for me to talk about that because, you know, people like me, you know, I don't say boots on the ground, it's like, you know, comfortable shoes on the ground, working in community for over 40 years. That's my reality, is that people die from addiction, from mental health issues. Some people talked about the veterans community. And, you know, that's reality. And so we can do better, and we can do more. And, you know, I am I'm privileged, you know, white, female, and I have housing and food and support and family. And there's a lot of people out there that don't have that. So, yeah, PIR is doing what they can, and we welcome anyone who would like to attend. Sign up for our email list. You can get the Zoom links for the meetings. You can come to any of our in-person meetings. Please tell your people who are in recovery about our meetings, because they can't talk about this shit in regular recovery meetings. And they need a place where they feel like they can be supported and be honest. So that's it.
So, Portland Psychedelic Society. As a volunteer chair, I get to interact with a lot of community members and volunteers, and I'm always asking what brought you here, what's got you interested, and while everybody has their own unique skill sets and are awesome in their own ways, there is an overarching theme with every story, and that is psychedelics changed my life, and I want to get involved with however I can to give back to the world what the medicines have given to me. And I really want to be a part of a community of like-minded individuals. And from my perspective, I think that is Portland Psychedelic Society's superpower, is really that community building aspect. I mean, I'm sure all of us here can appreciate, have that feeling of, wow. So I think, ultimately we want to be a hub. We want to be a hub for everybody who's involved or wants to be involved or is curious about psychedelics in any way, from any type of experience or non-experience that you've had. We just want to provide a safe and inclusive space for people to find ways to integrate and discuss their experiences, share their stories, be seen, be heard, and meet people and build their own community. And it's a really, really wonderful space to be a part of. Every event I've gone to, similar to the experience I'm having here, you leave feeling that little afterglow. So it's just a really beautiful respite from the rest of the world. Yeah, a great way to network and meet people who are interested in what you want to get interested in, and a good way to, a lot of people want to get into the psychedelic community for a career, so it's a good way to meet people that way and kind of explore what opportunities are out there. So yeah, it all comes back to community.
And would you like to share, you guys have an event coming up? Would you like to talk about that?
Yes, thank you. So in October, October 5th and 6th, we are hosting a symposium at the Melody Center, and it's going to be based around envisioning a future in psychedelics and really inclusive of a lot of different ideologies and practices that surround this, the medicines.
So at Sanctum, we're basically trying, the number one driver right now is to raise funds for psychedelic-assisted therapy through the thrift store, since that's, the big issue, is accessibility. But within that, we are also creating community, trying to meet people where they're at. And I totally agree. The community is everything people are looking for. There are also a lot of people who are looking for third places, because a lot of people in the psychedelic scene are not interested in alcohol anymore. So we have a 2,000 square foot space adjacent to the thrift store where we hold a lot of events. And not all of our events are psychedelic. We do like sound baths, and things are kind of adjacent to the psychedelic experience. But we're trying a new business model. Jazz Caddick of the Global Psychedelic Society coined a term I really like called, she said instead of creating psychedelic businesses, we should be doing business psychedelically, and embodying psychedelic principles. And so I think it's just a more holistic approach, considering the entire individual and their needs. So, yeah, we're trying not to go down the path that we went down in the 60s and trying to foresee all, potential pitfalls.
Great, thank you. Oh, we just got a question that somebody wanted to ask if you could, they said the middle panelists, but that'll be you, Tosh. A little bit more details about the event in October. Is that out yet? I know you guys are still working on it, so no pressure. And we can
TBD on details. Right now we have the date, the place. We're still working on getting speakers. So actually, thank you for this opportunity. If you are interested in being a speaker or have any speaker suggestions, we would love to hear from you. You know, like I mentioned, we really want this to be about community. I mean, local is incredible, and diverse thought is really important to us. So, yeah, I mean, and if you want to be a part of the planning, if you have details you want to be a part of the symposium, we're always looking for volunteers as we're in the early stages of planning. Or if you just want to get involved day of, we are accepting those volunteers too. So yeah, details to come, but we are welcoming people who have ideas on what they want those details to be like. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Psilocybin Assisted Therapy Associate, one of the things we're really trying to do is support other nonprofits in the industry. We do a lot of pro bono work to help organizations get set up. We're assisting Psilocybin Facilitators Association, which is also, as said, one of the organizations that'll be getting some of the profits from this organization, from this conference. So if there's any other nonprofits out there that are looking for assistance, you know, we're dedicated to that, to helping establish them, because we need successes, right? And what we see often, you know, hearing back from the community, is that the psychedelic societies and these organizations are the front line for the folks that are looking for more information. And so directing them to, you know, us, to them, can often be the bridge, especially for therapists or have other limitations around their licensing, is that connect with your local society or local organization, in like the thrift store, what you're offering there in the scholarships. This can be the entry point that a lot of people can then find out more information and cover the topics that we don't necessarily talk about. The societies can do that. So next question is, like, where do you really see the role of psychedelic nonprofits in advancing the movement? You know, it could be, and I'd say more like on the mental health focus of like, how do we get out there to be more, to raise more awareness?
Well, I think there are, I mean, it's just going to take time. Unfortunately, it's not happening fast enough. And I think the people who need it the most are, the least likely to hear about it. I'm encouraged by a program up in Vancouver, Canada, called the Cannabis Substitution Program, and it's something that we're thinking about developing here. And they basically take donated cannabis flower and they bring it out to houseless people. And that can be just being out there, getting out in the camps can be a place to meet people and connect with them, and just build a relationship first. Let them know that this is even an option. Many people have spoken about how much we live in a bubble and we forget how little people actually know about what's available and the potential of these things. So I would say that getting down to entry level and just getting out and meeting people and having a reason to connect with them, that's where we're starting to direct our efforts the most.
So, yes, it's working. There's so much stigmatization around the use of psychedelics, and fact is that there is an immense amount of research prior to the war on drugs and, some during, afterwards, and a lot more research being done now about the benefits of it. And we get to be courageous in sharing our stories of healing through the use of psychedelic medicines. My first introduction to them was, I was in 12-step, which is like, oh, don't do any drugs. And a friend of mine was working in the Ibogaine community in Baja, California. And I would see these people go down, they'd stay at my house sometimes, they'd go down to Baja, have an Ibogaine treatment, come back completely changed. I mean, like hardcore heroin addicts. And after seeing those people and hearing these stories, I was changed. So I think that that's really important, and we can be courageous and fearless in sharing our stories and our opinions. And I did want to just make a plug for the Global Psychedelic Society, GPS. If you go onto their website, they have a listing of all of the psychedelic societies that they could get a hold of or get in contact with. So find your local psychedelic society, and if you don't have one locally, you can start one. That's how PPS got started. That's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree, especially across, for online folks across the nation and here, the more societies that we have out there, the more opportunities there are. 'Cause that's the missing hub, is that there's all across the nation, is that people don't know where to go or how to reach these services. So, encourage that. A great question online. How does someone that is unprivileged, access the benefits from nonprofits? Like how are you guys trying to make this to get your benefits out there to the services that you have to the folks that really need it, that aren't like us, that might have a little bit more privilege?
Well, for PPS, it really is all about, accessible events. Most every event we have is free, especially the monthly recurring events. Just come in if your heart's there, if you have the availability, then sure, we would love donations, but really just come as you are. We love to see people in every walk of life. Even the events that we have that are ticketed events, we have a Psychedelics for All program where we can get you either discounted or free tickets. So it's really important, kind of beckoning on what you all have already said, just what the world needs is more exposure. Exposure and accessibility to this information. And we are very lucky that we are able to be courageous and bold in our communications and get the word out there however we can to attract as many people as we can who are needing the message and the help.
Yeah, same. Our events are all sliding scale based on what people can do. And we're always open to looking to new creative ways to make things more accessible, and that's what the thrift store model does, allows the people who can give to do that so that others can benefit from it.
And I want to add to that for people who are under-resourced or feel like they're under-resourced, ask. Just, ask for, can I get pro bono services? Can I get sliding scale services? If you're not offering it, do you know where I can access that? There's an organization here in Portland called the Liberation Institute, and they have sliding scale services for therapists. And I refer people to them all the time. I do pro bono work. So it is available, but don't be ashamed to ask the question, and don't assume that the resources are not available to you. I've done that, and the universe is abundant.
Thank you. So another question coming in online. What advice would you give current psychedelic nonprofits or people who want to contribute to your work? Let's just say maybe like, what advice, so for folks that want to get into the industry, into the nonprofit, like how particularly psychedelics, I mean, this is challenging. You know, any advice that you guys have seen from your work that would help people get more involved?
So we started Sanctum in 2018, and my business partner is just now getting his first paycheck. Very modest sum monthly. So I would say that it absolutely can happen if you want to make this a career, but be prepared for a long haul. But we wouldn't want to be doing anything else. And so, I mean, it was totally worth it. And we're hesitant to ask other people to come in and help because, you know, maybe in a couple years we can get you a paycheck too, but we want to be mindful of not taking advantage of people. And so it's, yeah, it's if that's what you know you need to do, I would 100% throw yourself into it. But yeah, just be prepared for that long slog. Yeah.
I'll give kind of a personal testimony on the subject. So my background is in corporate America, and I moved to Portland wanting to get into the psychedelic realm, but I still was in corporate America for a couple years, and then I got laid off, hoorah, and then it was just, you know, the universe's sign, all right, dive in, and I had no idea. I had been stalking PPS on Meetup for a while, and then I went to an open house and for volunteering, and I just dove in head first, and I had no idea what I was gonna do, what future I had for myself, and so really the message is just start somewhere, volunteer somewhere, go to the thrift store, come to a event, just go to a recovery meeting, just start. And you know, how the universe works in its mysterious, beautiful ways. Doors start to open up, you start to meet really interesting people, you start to understand what opportunities, what career paths, what volunteer paths are available. You know, you can find really great mentors who have walked the path before you. You know, don't let fear stop you, let your excitement guide you, I think is the thing.
Yeah. So PIR, Psychedelics in Recovery, was a, you know, Kevin and Todd and someone named Dimitri, you know, they were doing this. They were in recovery. They'd accessed, a couple of them were received ibogaine treatment, and Todd was involved in ayahuasca communities. And I think probably 2015 maybe, I'm not sure about the dates. But they were, you know, planting seeds for PIR, for the community, and it took time. It took, you know, they planted the seeds, they came up with some basics, there was 2 meetings a month, and then when the pandemic hit, it exploded, and all of these people were looking for online resources, and it's been really amazing to witness the growth of the PIR. And, you know, in-person meetings popping up when we were able to get back in the world again. And, you know, I've been able to witness the growth of Portland Psychedelic Society and Sanctum. And, you know, plant the seeds, nourish them, continue tapping into the vision, and know that it's going to change. It's probably not going to be what you thought it was going to be in the beginning. Heidi was talking about that, my friend Heidi. Love you. And again, another plug for GPS Global Psychedelic Society. they assist people in creating the psychedelic societies. So they have a lot of resources. They're really amazing people that are involved there. It's, I can't, Jazz for sure is one of them. Why can't I get the other?
Mike Margulies, Marisa Sturts, Matt Gillespie.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, plant the seed, nourish it. It's growing even though you can't see it. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. I'd say for folks really looking at all the nonprofits need people to be involved. It's good to have rotation. We need new people. But also question your motives for coming into it and make sure that this is all about giving. You know, and Lisa and I started PADA back in 21. You know, this was our efforts, like Eden's saying. These are our passions that we put into it. So you really have to come into that being open and willing that this is going to be a lot of giving before you may start to see, but it's the heartwarming that really matters. So be patient when you're coming into that. And it's perfectly fine to come in and help an organization and then, you know, rotate out. We need all of that. But to come into it not thinking like, oh, I want to promote my business, you know, that could be an opportunity. But, oh, or I think this needs to happen. You really, you know, it's opening up to what the vision and really aligning with the mission of what the organization is super important. And we can't, speak on behalf of all of us, we can't do this without you guys. You know, and the fact that you're here, you know, says something. So I'd really encourage, you know, is to look around to the nonprofits and see what aligns with you and engage them, because they'll need you. And then be patient, because a lot of us are working, wearing multiple hats at the same time. Is there anything you guys want to share? There's a lot of questions about PPS. I'd say go to the sites. You all offer, you know, educational facilitator. I mean, there's great online resources for folks to be able to join into. So I definitely encourage everybody to check that out. Well, I just want to say thank you all for your time and for being up here. Thank you, Casey, for jumping in at the last minute. And I'm sorry for Kevin and Chris weren't able to attend. So thank you all. So we will take another quick 5 minutes break and then be back to get into our accounting panel. Thank you. Okay, everyone, let's continue on. Thank you. We'll have opportunities afterwards to continue on with some socializing and to get some questions. So let's keep on track. And so our next session coming up is how rescheduling cannabis could affect accounting in the psychedelic industry. And more, yes. All right, so let's, if we could take seats, and then first going to invite up Dr. Scott Drill with THCFO Accounting to talk a little bit about their sponsors of ours. I'll give a quick introduction. Scott has been a pioneer in the cannabis accounting since 2017 and practicing accounting for over 20 years. He is a founding member of the National Association of Cannabis Accounting and Tax Professionals, and he currently chairs the Psychedelics Committee, working with organizations such as PATA to better prepare their membership to serve the growing business community in psychedelic use. Would you like to take a moment, Scott? Wherever works for you.
Okay. How's everybody doing today? All right. Yeah. Wake up. Don't make me do jumping jacks here. All right. So, THCFO Accounting is a remote accounting firm dedicated to helping psychedelic businesses grow using best industry practice. No one can hear me. Hello. Hello. Well, you got to hold this thing like really close, huh? Okay. Sorry. Let me start over. So, THCFO Accounting is a remote accounting firm dedicated to help psychedelic businesses grow using best industry practices. We're based here in Oregon. We're licensed to practice in any state where psychedelics are legal. And, we offer, our services include monthly accounting, where help you keep your books straight for taxes at the end of the year. We can prepare your taxes. We can help you with tax planning and business advising. And when you're ready for it, we can help you with fractional CFO services. Our staff works hard behind the scenes so you can focus on what matters most to you, and that's growing your business.
Thank you, Scott. Justin, did you want to share some information on what you have?
So, Justin Botier, CEO of Calyx CPA, based in Medford, Oregon, so your southern brethren. So in your bags is this quick guide for the psilocybin industry. And in it just talks about the various approaches being used by the psilocybin industry right now to mitigate 280E, which is what we're talking about today and kind of our calling card for people who are accountants in the cannabis industry. And so this is a great resource for learning some of the approaches. What is 280E? What is trafficking? What is a Schedule 1 drug? What is Schedule 3? Pretty much everything you need to know on this one little booklet, and that's in your bag.
Thank you, Justin. Read out the quick bio that we have for you. So Justin is the CEO of Calyx CPA LLC, a small accounting firm based in Southern Oregon. He has nearly 20 years of experience working with small business owners and over a decade working in the cannabis industry. After a life-changing experience with psilocybin at 17, he became a vocal supporter of psychedelics as a treatment for mental illness, even growing them himself. Now he is very grateful to be helping the psychedelic community navigate the tax implications of 280E and is preparing Oregon's first licensed psilocybin tax return. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, and thank you for your support, both of you, for your support of this event. And then also on stage here with us is Dr. Valerie Drill, has been practicing accounting for over 14 years, helping cannabis businesses with their accounting and taxes since 2017. Now helping the psychedelic business community. She is a founding member of the National Association of Cannabis Accounting and Tax Professionals, and she is currently serving on the Psychedelics Committee. Valerie is a proud mom of 2 amazing daughters, graduating from college soon, and she's expected to work with all professionals within the legal psychedelic industry. So thank you all for being here. And we also have Willie T up here. Do you want to just say hi and you can introduce yourself, and then you could get rolling.
Hello, yeah, my name is Willie T. Founded the Psilocybin Facilitators Association. I also own Trips Oregon out in the Oregon coast. And I was also very much involved in the cannabis industry. We were very thankful to actually get banking services and merchant services set up for psilocybin facilitators and psilocybin service centers. Have to pat ourselves on the back a little bit for that because the cannabis industry doesn't even have that quite yet. So that was a big move for us, and we're pretty excited about that. So I'm looking forward to helping moderate this.
Excellent. So if you want to go ahead and you can start your questions, and we'll also get some from coming in from online as well.
So you guys navigating in 280E, what has made the psilocybin industry able to navigate this a little bit better, in your guys' opinion?
All right, so can you repeat that question?
Yeah. So 280E, we're all familiar with 280E, right? Okay, good. So what in the psilocybin rules have made this a little bit easier to navigate?
Not much, actually. Okay, now I understand where you're coming from on this. So, you know, psilocybin is still a Schedule 1. Even though it's legal here in the state, just like cannabis, it's federally illegal. Now, you know, some of what we'll talk about today is, you know, about the rescheduling to Schedule 3 and, for the cannabis, but you know, there's really, you know, from the federal side, there's just no, you know, we look for the proper ways to do things, but there's no really wiggle room. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. Well, speaking of Schedule 3, how is the descheduling of, or not descheduling, but the rescheduling of cannabis going to affect the psilocybin industry?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Rescheduling cannabis will be a great step for cannabis businesses. They'll get to take their expenses even on recreational. It won't just be limited to medical. So that is just a definite reduction in their taxation. Right now, they're definitely paying high 80s of the high 80% taxes. So getting that down to a normal business level is just going to be huge for the industry, and they'll be able to take care of their people so much better. Like, you know, we're all talking about how, hey, we're finally getting a paycheck. the owners will finally be able to get a paycheck probably once the taxation is lowered. But it's not a done deal yet. We are one more hurdle closer to it. So once the 60-day period of discussion and questions is gone through, then I'm sure we're going to get the lawsuits. And so fingers crossed that it happens this year, but don't hold your breath because you might pass out. And yeah, so that is my take on it.
So I'll go back to question one. I think that there is, the psychedelic industry does have it a little bit better than the cannabis industry, because the cannabis industry is a commodities industry versus psilocybin is much more of a service-based business. And there is a court case, tax court case called CHAMPS, Californians Helping Alleviate Medical Problems. And that was a court case where it was a nonprofit that was providing cannabis to their patients. They were like nurses and doctors that provide cannabis to their patients, and the IRS audited them and stripped them of their 501c3 status and pretty much bankrupted them. And then they came back and they appealed and they sued the IRS, and they wanted, so what happened was they took their deductions for the services that they're providing. And they said, well, this business is more of a service business organization than a we're selling weed organization. And then the IRS disagreed, and they took all their deductions due to 280E. Like, that's what 280E is. You can't take your deductions. That's essentially it, except for the cost of the medicine. So that's why, actually, face value, because of 280E, psilocybin has it much worse. Because at least in a dispensary, your cost of goods sold is much higher, but in the psychedelic space, your cost of goods sold is much smaller, right? Because all you have is the cost of medicine. So in a way, face value, 280 is much worse for the psychedelics industry, except for the fact that somebody could take the argument that, well, back to CHAMPS. So they sued the IRS, and the IRS, and the tax court did rule in the favor of CHAMPS, that they can take deductions based on the services that they're providing. So, so with that, there is a little bit of, hope there. And then there's other ways to mitigate 280E that I think that psychedelics will benefit from even more so than the cannabis industry, because again, the psychedelics industry is more service related, and has a stronger argument to be able to take those deductions than a cannabis business, which is truly trafficking, whereas psychedelics is much more it's like more about therapeutic and services and that kind of thing. So that would be my take to that. And then I do agree with the rescheduling. Rescheduling is not going to have any impact, except for there is like this idea that there's these big MSOs like Trulieve and these other big companies are amending for refunds and actually getting refunds for the IRS right now, even before rescheduling, and they're basing it on the constitutionality of whether or not cannabis should have, or states with controlled substances or drug programs should have ever been subject to the CSA, which is where 280 comes from. And so there's this big push that we should have never been subject to it. And I think that psychedelics might get the benefit of that if that ends up going through. That was very long.
That's great. That 10th Amendment is important. In your guys' opinion, what would be the number one thing a facilitator could do to prepare themselves to navigating this world? World as in accounting world, taxes world, all that stuff.
Sorry, I get my thoughts together here. So the biggest, well, I wouldn't say it's the biggest challenge, it's just finding the right person to talk to that understands this industry and knows what they're dealing with, especially 280E and, how that will affect your business. We've got a few clients in this space, and no two business models are the same. There's no conformity, But that's okay. I mean, that's just the nature of almost any business. So understand what you're going to be offering, and then understand how to separate it. You also have to remember that, you can have the greatest business structure in the world, but when it comes to illegal substances and, Schedule I products, the government doesn't, the entities are going to protect you from the public, but not from the government. So the IRS looks at you as an environment, not as a individual business. So you'd be amazed at, how they can cut corners and they can come after you, and, your corporate veils are gone. So you just have to remember that, you may be sharing a license between the two entities, and just sharing that license is enough to pierce that look at you as an environment, as one environment, and now you're stuck, right? So talk to the right people, either THCFO or Calix, we can help you out, or anybody that's been through that educational realm, like the National Association of Tax and Cannabis Accounting Professionals. Ran out of air, sorry.
I like to say that the government is your biggest partner in your business, even if you're a single member running a Schedule C. They're going to get a portion of your income, so that you're in business with them. And just keeping the best records you can to show your business partner here everything that you've done. You know, that's really the key to surviving an audit if it happens.
Yeah, my big recommendation would be just be careful who you choose to work with, because more than the IRS, the accountant will mire you in tax debt right out of the gate, because they're the ones doing the tax returns. Once those tax returns get filed, it's very hard to undo a position that was taken, and be more aggressive if you could have been aggressive to begin with, which you can be. But a lot of people are overly conservative in my mind, or they have general practices and cannabis or psychedelics is just a small part of their business, so they don't take the time to do the homework, and they will file these tax returns for you based on a surface understanding of 280E when there's way more to know about it. And a lot of precedence has been made, and a lot of the path has been cut by the cannabis, and so psychedelics will have it better, will have more options to choose from in terms of accountants that are actually advocating for you.
What's one of the things that a person could do to separate their personal accounts with the business accounts when it's so hard to get business accounts? There's only, you know, one bank accepting business accounts so far. How could somebody navigate that?
I think I understand what he's asking. So, one, don't use your personal account for your business. You know, that yes, there is only one bank that's doing it right now for psilocybin. There's many banks out there for, you know, the cannabis side, but only one here so far. But fortunately, they're pretty easy to work with. I've already talked to them. I'm sure Justin has talked with them as well. You know, there's, you know, so you can set up that business account. So there's no issue with that for psilocybin at the moment, except for you only have one choice.
Yeah, that's going to be First Citizens. Yeah, First Citizens. Martha, hit her up. She's got it.
Yeah, you have to talk to a very specific person. You don't just walk into the branch. They'll say, no, we don't do it. You have to talk to Martha Sheets. Martha Sheets.
And for merchant services, Argyle Payments. That's a good one. Moving forward, what do you guys see happening long term, you know, 10, 20 years from now, when it comes to the tax rates in psilocybin as more states come on board?
I think it'll follow similar to what cannabis is doing right now. I mean, you know, you had a population that was very resistant to cannabis and what it represented. I remember growing up, you know, my friends, you know, liked to smoke it. I was like, you know, I gotta stay away from it. You know, some friends, you know, doing the magic mushrooms on the pizza and all that good stuff, you know. But now, you know, the tolerance has changed. It's now become more accepted. You know, 38 states roughly for cannabis. You know, we've got 2 states where psilocybin is legal, a third coming on board, hopefully soon. You know, legislation is starting to roll in other states. So, you know, as you've learned throughout this conference, you know, it's all about the education, right? Educating and people understanding how it helps people. You know, I wish, you know, cannabis was legal when my father was, you know, fighting a cirrhosis condition in his liver that was non-alcoholic. You know, that, you know, you get the munchies, right, when you consume cannabis, and he needed to eat, and that was the thing that was hurting him. He wasn't eating. So, you know, psilocybin, or similar, thing. It's helping people, right? So just getting that education out, getting the attitudes to change, and eventually it should, I'm already seeing the signs. It is, just like cannabis started out and psilocybin is following. I do like the structure that we came out with the, a safe space to go. You just can't go home and consume it. You got to have a supervised visit, but you can go use it whenever you want. So
That is beautiful. That is exactly it.
I would add, I think it's going to go faster for psilocybin because cannabis has gone through the gate first and gotten their nose bloodied, and so they've set a lot of precedents that is going to be helpful for psilocybin to move forward, and that just as the community of the nation is becoming more accepting for cannabis, it will keep gaining momentum, and legalization of psilocybin will happen faster.
What do you think we as a community could do to advocate more for our rights in this particular field?
Actually, I think that, like, the person who said we have a lobby here, that was a pretty good comment. And we also talk about access. And one of the unfortunate things is they repealed, I think they repealed 110, Measure 110, and recriminalized. We definitely need to decriminalize, again, psychedelics, because they just recriminalize all the drugs that they previously decriminalized. So now we need to decriminalize psychedelics. I think that's the easiest access, right? And then I was really interested in the Colorado rules where they made it to where you can give psychedelics out and most of them, I think it was, and that's fine. And you could be the person who also charges for your services. So you'd be like growing mushrooms here, give some mushrooms to a friend of yours who now is your client, and then the client can pay you. That's like unheard of. That's crazy, because that's like that's what the cannabis industry was trying to do for a while. Like, buy the sticker, and here's some weed for free, that kind of thing. And it's pretty much that model in Colorado right now. Talk about access. That's like there's like no regulation. And I think that if something like that would there would be a perception that would undermine the regulated model here. But I think the reason why there's not a mad rush to the service centers right now is just that it's a new technology right now. So there's only, like, the early adopters are the ones that hesitantly go, but eventually there will be this critical mass, and all these service centers will be full to the brim, and there will be plenty to go around. And even if we had like much more of a liberal model where people were able to have psychedelic sessions without fear of being prosecuted, we would still have those people paying a premium to have the comfort of going to service centers. I don't know if I answered the question.
No, that was great. That was great. Anything that you guys would like to add to this conversation? Anything you'd like to share?
I'd just like to say that talk to a tax professional early. The earlier that you can get tax advice, it's tax planning, not tax after the facting. So we can't help you much once the tax year is over.
And a question did come online that says, what do you feel is the biggest mistake people make in accounting for psilocybin services or support?
You try to write off everything. A lot of people don't take into account that 280E pitfall, and they tried to treat the business like a regular business. And 280E, you're an illegal activity, so you can't take the normal deductions. You can't write off the overhead. You can't write off the salaries. You can't, you can't take those deductions. And you know, if you don't classify those in your accounting books correctly, your tax accountant doesn't understand. And then now you're in trouble, right? When the government comes back and says, hey, you know, like Valerie put it, you know, you're in partnership with the government, right? So now your partner's calling you to task, you know, what's going on. And, you know, that comes with penalties and other things. And, you know, they don't really want to get into that because they don't want to scare you, but it can be pretty bad. So, and there's been some instances in cannabis. And, you know, there's even another case going on, Harborside. They're still fighting that. The difference between Harborside and Champs was Harborside didn't have that medical side, the service side already going on, and they tried to treat it as such. You know, they've got it down from 81 million to 11, but how many in here have 11 million bucks to pay the government? No, yeah, okay, I didn't think so.
I can add to that. No, I think the biggest mistake is not taking a methodology like to mitigate 280E. So like filing a tax return based on a surface level of understanding of 280E, that's the biggest mistake, even more so than like, I'm not saying, I would just say don't file. You know, if somebody tells you you're going to owe a ton of tax and you're paying tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on phantom income, then it's almost better not even to file a tax return at that point than to have somebody come in and say like, you know what, based on this tax return that we didn't take any methodology to help you, you now owe hundreds of thousands of dollars when you on phantom income. I think that's the mistake, because then that can't be undone, and the IRS is like looking, you know, going to, you know, look for that money. But there are methods that you can take. You want to have a reasonable argument. You want to have disclosures in your tax returns, letting people know, letting the IRS know that you are taking a reasonable argument, and you're filing the right elections to prepare that tax return properly. If that's done, then you can get down, I believe, to a level that's near legal, not like a dispensary. That's a little bit different. Again, that's a commodities-based retail business. This is a service center, service-related, so it's different.
It's another question somebody had online was, do any of you offer a sliding scale accounting services? Yeah, basically, are you offering discounts? And I imagine where this is coming from is just, you know, with a lot of the pressure that gets put on facilitators and, you know, what they're having to charge, or, you know, pay for their licensing, you know, to be able to use y'all's services.
You've got to remember that, you know, we've invested quite a large amount of money too, getting our education in this space. So, yeah, I understand you've forked out a lot of money to get your licenses, but so have we. You know, really it all depends on the accounting professional. You know, we get into this space to help our clients, and, you know, we'll talk through it and, you know, see what we can work out. I can't speak for Calix, but.
No, we don't have a sliding scale, but I would say that if you're like a facilitator, then you're not trafficking, and therefore you can have you have a much wider group of accountants to choose from, and you can find the right fit. And there are definitely people who will, you know, do tax returns for less, and you can even do TurboTax. You know, TurboTax is available to you. Now, if you're a cultivator or you're trafficking, essentially from the definition of cultivating or selling class 1 substance, then, or Schedule 1 substance, then you probably need to hire a specialist, and it's going to be more money. But you can't afford not to work with someone like us, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the saying goes, you know, a cheap tattoo is never a good tattoo. So, and they'll last forever. So, spend the money on the good guys. You know, what's a good percentage for a facilitator to just kind of put back for taxes?
I can't tell you like an exact percentage, but your legal structure or the structure that you choose is going to make a difference. Like if you're a sole proprietorship, then you're going to pay federal income tax, you're going to pay state income tax, and then you're going to pay what's called self-employment tax, and that's 15.3%. So depending on how much money you make, you're going to need to, the higher the percentage is going to be. And then you have to decide, okay, do I want to remain a sole proprietorship, or should I elect to be taxed as an S corporation, where you don't necessarily have to pay that 15.3% on all of your earnings. And that's why an S corporation is better for facilitation. We're not talking about trafficking again, we're talking about facilitation. So you can, if you're like single with no dependents and you make $24,000 as a facilitator net, meaning you brought home like $2,000, you're going to pay about $6,000 in taxes. So that's like, you're just above the poverty level, and now you're in the poverty because of the taxes. That's 25% on that. Now that's net, gross, you probably get away with a little bit less, but I tell people like up to $50,000 maybe in net, then you need to like put away like 30, you know, you got to put 30% away. It's a lot. Then you might consider doing like an S corporation, which has a lot more benefit for you. Like amazingly, you might make more and pay just as much tax as you would if you were making a lot less as a sole proprietorship. So that's where tax planning comes in. So you definitely want to have that kind of thing. But don't underestimate as a sole proprietorship how much you're going to pay in tax.
I have another question here online. Are independent facilitators liable for 280 when we do not touch the product? Are independent facilitators liable for 280 when we do not touch the product?
Facilitators that aren't selling psilocybin would not fall under 280E.
That's great. And another question, what is the red flag on the return that tells the IRS that it is a 280E company?
Well, we do tell them what you're doing. Like if you're doing a legitimate tax return, you want to be above board, which that's what we recommend, then we do say like cultivation psilocybin or service center psilocybin. And then that, whether or not that actually catches their attention, we don't know. Like it probably wouldn't, because there's like a code that we have to put on the return too. It's like a designation, and it says what it is you're doing, and the IRS has these various categories, and psilocybin is not one of them. So we have to like say other, something like that. So if they're like matching, so there probably isn't really a, like a red flag necessarily. But if you're a service center, then we'll definitely put in, like, in order to take an aggressive but defensive approach to make sure you're not like getting penalties and whatnot. If you were to get audited, we're going to be able to keep you from having underpayment penalties and those kinds of things. And we do disclose, we put like a form in there that says, hey, this is what this person's doing. But then we say, and this is the method that we're using in order to, you know, move costs under like service or under inventory, things like that, so that you can legally and defensively take your deductions that way. That is a red flag. We've been doing something like that in the cannabis industry for 5 years or more, and since 471C, that's a different conversation. We'll talk about that later. 471, but we've been doing that, and we've had 0 audits of 471C, and we've put disclosures in every single one of those tax returns. We've had 0 audits. I think because they don't want to mess with it, because it's like, oh, these guys are going to like defend this, and we would rather go for the low-hanging fruit.
Well, I was just going to add that the red flags that kind of we're seeing in cannabis were like, we're a flower shop. Yeah, that kind of stuff. That's and then taking all their deductions. So that the IRS would catch, and you wouldn't be happy at the end.
Okay, so we are at our next break. I just want to say thank you for everyone. If there were additional questions, just feel free to, they'll be here in the back to answer everything. So thank you all for participating and sharing. And we did get some additional questions online. If we don't get them, we will be answering all questions and sharing that with everybody. So please do stick around. We have two awesome sessions coming up. First one is improving access and services to military veterans, and then our ethics and harm reduction session. Thank you. veterans and first responders and is an ambassador for the nonprofit Heroic Hearts Project, another awesome nonprofit. Thank you. And Ben's also, I'm working with him for him to be my facilitator. So I'm very, very appreciative of you and your connection with first responders. And John, yes. John Richardson, who was able to come up earlier, he's president of Whole Our Troops, a nonprofit in Oregon that provides grants to veterans to help them become licensed psilocybin facilitators. A U.S. Navy veteran, John is dedicated to advancing mental health and creating opportunities for veterans through psilocybin therapies. Thank you very much, John. And we are also donating 10% of our profits today to Uphold Our Troops. So everything that you guys give is going to be helping this organization to continue. Amy Allman-Schmidt, Executive Director for Returning Veterans Project. Amy is currently a serving member of the Air National Guard, an active duty veteran, an advocate and champion for all military service-connected humans and their families. Thank you for being here. And Jeanette Small, another awesome friend, an amazing person in the industry, is the founder and sole facilitator at Lucid Cradle, a licensed psilocybin service center in Central Oregon. Her education and work experience in mental health and decades of experience as a professional artist inform her practice. So thank you all. So I'll pass this off to Ben for the questions, and then I'll be providing any of the questions. We have a bunch of them already in here about veterans, so I will share those with you. Thank you.
It's good, because I only got 2. I want this to be more of a conversation, I think, than anything. But my first discussion topic is going to be barriers to access. So we got plenty of nonprofits for veterans. I think there's 45,000 in the country. And still one of the biggest roadblocks for veterans getting access is cost. So I wanted to kind of throw that out to you guys, and besides cost, or including cost, what are some of the biggest barriers that you've seen, and what can we do about it?
I'll start. So Returning Veterans Project offers free mental health and somatic care to currently serving veterans, and their loved ones. Barriers to access to regular mental health are amplified even more when we walk into new territory, right? The stigma for those serving currently and or recently getting out to just get regular talk therapy is still so high. So this is a whole new level, whole new layer. Those who are still serving are still under the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, another layer of law. That's a huge barrier. The idea that you could be punished, militarily speaking, for seeking out this service is a huge barrier to care. A lot of service members have what we call institutional betrayal issues. So now you're looking at finding yourself in a new realm of an institution. Now, if I go and I do this thing, is this going to harm me in some way versus help me in some way? Or if it doesn't work for me, am I going to be stigmatized even further? So those are just a few that come to mind right off the top of my head.
I can take it, and I have a little bit, it's all of those. I mean, that was such a great way to put it. It's endless. I mean, you mentioned, Ben, financing. I mean, you know, for what Uphold Our Troops does, you know, I talk to the veterans every day, but the bigger challenge on the back end is just trying to find the financing and getting the grants. I mean, so we've submitted many grants from a financial perspective, and it's just it's so new that it's very difficult to get funding. So Jason, thank you for the donation. But that's the big piece that I see too, is just it's gonna take time, I think, and patience, which I think some other people have mentioned today.
Well, clearly cost is a concern, and as a service provider, I can do only so much. So I've been providing services pro bono to veterans and first responders. Now, being in essentially private practice, I only have so much scope. So for this last year, I've been licensed since the end of August. I've provided services free of charge to 14 veterans and 3 first responders. which is a lot for me, but in the grand scheme of things, this is a relatively low number. So thank you for doing what you can to give the financial access for people. But I want to speak to a couple other barriers to entry into that. I think that while we're all very excited about psychedelic possibilities, it is important to know that this is not right for everyone and at all times. In order to go into a depth exploration, which is what I think psilocybin really is about, it is about depth work. You need to be in a place of, capacity for that. You can't be in the space of crisis that is going to undermine your ability to actually do that exploration. So for example, if a person is dealing with organic issues, let's say they are recovering from surgery, let's say they have cirrhosis of the liver and hypertension, and they're dealing with things that require surgery. This is not the best time for them to really dive deeply into that type of mental health exploration. If they have suffered traumatic brain injury that precludes them from being able to fully engage in a conscious endeavor, this might not be the right place. So I think another kind of barrier of entry is also other services that might be lacking. If a person is not able to find resources to, live safely and afford their food and clothing, honestly, I don't think that psychedelics is going to be their first need.
Sorry, you guys just gave me so many more questions I want to ask. We can talk later. Well, what can we do to collaborate as a community to help these? I know with the other services you provide, and you talking to veterans every day, and you serving them, how can we work together and with other organizations to do something about it? The $1 million question, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a never-ending question. It's interesting. I mean, I've talked to some of the local groups. We've talked to VFW. We've tried to, I guess, work with some of these organizations, and some are still, there's a huge stigma around it. So it takes, from what I've seen, and I'm sure you guys have different perspectives, but from what I've seen, it has to do with the word of mouth from the veteran experience, having a veteran that has gone through that terrible cycle of unbelievable amounts of medication and every single problem with the VA that could be heard of, not to mention all of their traumas from it, and then getting to a point where they've given up to try, well, one last thing is psilocybin, and them going on that journey and coming back and being like, oh my God, like I need to tell other veterans. And for me, that seems like the path of least resistance to try and get that word out. That being said, how do you do it? How do you do it on a huge scale? And I personally, I'm not sure. Like I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways to try and accomplish that meeting. I was talking to some people today just about, veterans fairs and veterans parades. I mean, there's 1,000 ways that sound like great ideas, but it really takes I guess from an organizational perspective, it takes, the VA to start accepting some level of openness to psilocybins, and I'm not sure how relevant we are or how close we are to that.
Okay, so I'm going to bring a little bit of a different perspective here. I think we're talking a lot about collaborating, and what I think is a true barrier is that we tend to confuse scope of practice. I think what would be really helpful is for us to clearly define what the scope of practice is. So sometimes a person truly needs the help of a psychiatrist or a neurologist. They have a particular function. They're educated differently. They're medical doctors. They're not talk therapists. They're not there for your soul. They're not there for, let's say, your marital problems. They're not there to help you with your spiritual crisis. They're a person who will assess your physiological manifestation and we'll help you dial in what you need in order to function, for your physical system to function. Like a neurologist works with the nervous system, gastroenterologist works with your digestion, right? These are medical doctors. They do a bit of a different thing, and if we're really clear about where they're able to help their patient and where their scope of practice ends, so that they don't feel like they're abandoning that patient. You know, most people go into these helping professions because they truly want to help people. But let's say you have a person coming into you and they're saying, hey, you know, I have the spiritual crisis, and what they can do is adjust your serotonin levels. And they go, so like more serotonin? Like, is that, you see God now? Is that good? You know? And so they get stuck in that, well, this is just the tool set that I have. What can I do? So I think what we need to really do is be honest about what we're able to do, what the limitations are of our particular work, so that we can build trust amongst the professionals in these fields, so that we can feel comfortable going, hey, this is something I can help you with, and this is something outside of my scope. You really need to go and seek help from this practitioner. And I think clarifying a lot of that, which is, you know, really what, you know, PADA is really doing a fantastic job of calling things out for what they are, being really transparent about what they are and what they can do. I think that is really making progress in collaboration.
I want to reinforce both things. So, number one, reducing stigma. Yes, if we can do that across the board, all mental health, traditional, non-traditional therapies. 2, Oregon is without an active duty military installation. So across the United States, Oregon is not necessarily the most veteran-friendly place. Now, are we friendly to the human being that we meet? Yes. Usually we're great at going, you're a human, how can I help you? How can we serve one another here in this meeting? What I would say, as far as collaborating is concerned, is get educated. If you're going to see veteran clients, better understand their language. Where are they coming from? Are they a military-connected family member? What era did they serve in? How is the language from eras of years gone by different from current era veteran language? What did somebody from Vietnam era experience that a post 9/11 era veteran experience? It's two totally different things. So if you're considering working with veterans, get an education on what it might be like working with that veteran and or their veteran connected family member.
That was nicely said. Well, and I think it speaks to the importance of Uphold Our Troops and what they're doing with getting more veterans licensed in this space that already know the language, right? And your guys' experience, and you talking with them and working with them in different capacities, what do veterans need to feel supported and have the best chances for long-term success? What are some key, this is for anyone, jump on it. Well, I can start it off and say groups. I think the group for veterans specifically is the thing, right? And it's hard within Oregon's legal framework to provide group psilocybin services in the most beneficial way possible, right? So I don't know, what are some other things that jump out to you guys?
I think when you say groups, you mean peer, right? Military members, veterans, we're very connected to our group, right? The people who are going to have our backs in the greatest time of need. So if you're talking about, now I'm way out of my depth here, so I don't know what the laws are. I don't know how we can see veterans and how, you made mention that we can't see groups. So I'm just going to assume we can't see groups right now, or there is no peer way to do psilocybin. But if we could work towards that, the way you're doing and encouraging more veterans to become facilitators and work within their peer community, yeah, that would be huge, because there's a level of trust when you step outside of your peer group for a lot of veterans. Even going from being an active duty military member or being a guardsman and then all of a sudden being a civilian, having to go get a job in the civilian world, the dynamic completely changes because the loyalty is different, right? You took an oath and you said you'd do something, you'd live a certain way, 24/7, 365. So to become a 9-to-5er, there's just not this energy that that guy or that gal at the bank desk is gonna have my back in the way that my buddy in uniform did. So when we talk about our mental health and maybe psilocybin and the way we're going to heal ourselves, if there isn't that connectivity to somebody who's got my back through this experience, there's not gonna be a whole lot of buy-in. Is that where you're going with groups?
So we can see groups. It's difficult to do it, I think, in the best possible way. Doesn't mean it can't be done, but I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I feel like I was fishing a little bit with that question, but yeah, I'll throw it over to you.
Hey, Ben, can I add
Yes,
a little
please.
bit to it? So I usually see clients one-on-one, so I don't really work with groups. But I think what I have seen as being really effective is stepping away from pathologizing what I think is really perfectly normal behavior and responses to very difficult conditions. I think we have this propensity for pathologizing things that manifest as difficulties. And we slap a label on it, and that is just because of how we monetize care. If you go to a therapist, there needs to be something wrong with you in order to get that paid, because you're getting it paid by an insurance carrier. An insurance carrier pays when something is broken. So it necessitates this label. However, we oftentimes begin identifying with that label of there's something wrong with me, I'm kind of broken, and I am different from the other people. So working with people who find themselves in those conditions, who, again, do not happen to have an actual psychiatric condition that requires, medical doctor's intervention, which that does happen. Like, some people really do need medical doctor intervention. So if that is not the situation, empowering the person to remember their own humanity, remember their own strength, and that, there's nothing broken about them. They just had to live through really, really difficult conditions, allows for them to engage with their community in a novel way. They're not in this one way of being. Their identity is not either being, the warrior or the broken warrior. There's more to them. They're a human person in this beautiful world, and they can find connections that suit them uniquely. So they can go into a 9-to-5, or they can become a farmer, or they can do whatever they want to do with their life and just move on in a way that is much more organic and healthy.
Thank you. And it's kind of, some of this might have already been answered. A question came up basically about, should it be veterans that are veteran facilitators that are addressing, the veterans? And should it be first responders too? As a former first responder myself, I feel very, passionate about that, is how does somebody else understand me? And then maybe as in a follow-up with that is because we're also talking about the OPS model, but the reality is there's other people might have to go elsewhere for this. So, like, how do we handle that? Setting up this peer-to-peer when there's struggles with that, but the reality is we need to help these veterans.
It's a really good question. I mean, I think you actually kind of touched on this too. I don't think there's a perfect one-size-fits-all. I think there is a relatability. My experience has been veterans, and the veterans that I speak to want to help other veterans every single day. Like, if you're a veteran, I know you're a veteran now, I would try and give preferential treatment to you and take care of you in any way I can, just knowing that. And I think that is the community that veterans have and first responders have. So I think it's advantageous. I think it's a bonus when possible, and a level of understanding, especially when it's in the same service field. But I mean, there's also, to your point, I think there's a medical aspect of it where that doesn't always line up. So, or just a fit that doesn't line up.
Yeah, I would say it's person dependent, right? It is, sometimes veterans want to be seen by another veteran. Sometimes that is the last thing they want, right? They don't want another veteran helping them, and I think that's a personal decision, right? Something we talk about often is finding your facilitator is the most important aspect of your journey within the legal framework. And, well, maybe outside of it as well. But if that's a veteran, then great. And that's why we need more veterans. And I think the passion behind veterans wanting to help other veterans is the sense of urgency, right? Like 22 to 44 veterans committing suicide every day is urgent. And also, sometimes veterans don't want to be seen by other veterans. And I don't think there's a right answer, but I do think it helps to what you were speaking to earlier. If you speak the language and have a basic knowledge of where they're coming from, right? I mean, that can help no matter who you're helping, so.
Okay, so this is actually a question that is posed very frequently in introductory courses to clinical training for psychotherapists. Okay, so let me reframe that a little bit. If you want to go and talk to somebody for marriage counseling, right? Like you're maybe having some issues in your relationship. Who would be the better therapist for you? Somebody who's been married for a long time and very happy, somebody who has been divorced, maybe a couple of times, or somebody who's never been in a long-term relationship, right? And so you can make an argument for literally all of that. And the truth is, as you've mentioned, well, it kind of depends. It kind of depends. I think that really the best facilitator for you is the one that you feel an affinity for, just as you've mentioned. Having a common context, very helpful, really helpful, because if you're talking about experiences and your facilitator is like, I think I read about it in this one blog this one time, it's something about war, it's really hard, yeah. So having context really helps, but ultimately you are human people, and so you need to click with a person.
So what advice would y'all give to facilitators or guides or other people that want to support our veterans but don't have those experiences? Any thoughts on how they can better serve these communities or better engage, or just what to be aware of? Scope is a huge thing. Any thoughts on that you had shared with everybody else as they're moving through with their practices? Above ground, below ground?
Put yourself where the veterans are. Ask questions. Find them through your community. Don't be afraid to get into a long-winded, storytelling session. Sometimes even just having conversations with my fellow veterans, I'm like, that doesn't sound real. And if I have been there next to you to live through it, I would question that. But not discount the story that each individual veteran or veteran-connected family member may give to you. And then total shameless plug, Returning Veterans Project offers free continuing education credit to facilitators in the state, providers, anybody doing work with veterans. If you want to know more about them, we've got free CEU, so returningveterans.org. Feel free to jump in.
Awesome.
Email me directly and I'll make sure that you come for free.
Nicely done. I would say have resources, right? It's good to know it's all about the person, right? So veteran, non-veteran, if you're a facilitator, you should have resources for every single type of person that you're going to be working with, right? And if you don't have them, get them, or know someone who has them, or that's a big part of our job, right? It's just having the tools to give them, because we're not fixing anybody, we're just giving them the tools to fix themselves.
And to piggyback off of what you just said, please do not tokenize any clients. I think there is this, it's like, oh, this is a veteran, and so this is how I'm going to interact with them. Every person coming to you is first and foremost a person. So if you start with seeing them as that, as a full human being who is not broken, they're whole, they have their own way of showing up in the world, and if you meet them with respect and dignity and a true sense of curiosity, they will fill in the blanks for you. They will inform you about what is important to them. They will tell you the stories, and if you're just patient and you're there to listen with interest, you can get a lot of this information. So what you really need to bring is the willingness to hear them and to see them as a person first and foremost.
It's beautiful, thank you. Yeah, are there any, like, would you say hard do's or don'ts for folks if they don't have experience working with veterans or first responder communities that would just be like this, if you had one or two key takeaways for folks, you know, for it's addressing the mental health crisis, should be like this or not?
That's a very blanket statement. I would say the only thing I can think of that's a hard, like across the board kind of thing is make sure they're plugged into a community. That's something that's why getting out of the military is so difficult, is because you lose your tribe, right? And I think ensuring that no matter what they're going through, they have some sort of community that they can trust and be held accountable by. That's everything.
Check your biases. There's a whole YouTube channel on what not to say as a facilitator and provider to veterans. It's pretty good, it's pretty funny, and they're all things that have been said to veteran clients.
Oh God, that is so, so true. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Check your bias, check your projections, ease up on moral judgments. You know, it's very easy to look at somebody's life and to say, oh, you're experiencing this emotion. It must be because of this. In my experiences, that's not a given. A lot of people have stronger emotions about some things and less so about other things. That doesn't map from one person to the other. So again, just don't project your own morality onto the life of another person.
So how does the VA play into all this?
They don't.
Expand. Well, from what I've heard, how would I lead us this, from folks that are potentially not looking to engage with OPS in all of this because of their worry about VA. And, you know, say this is an area that I don't know about and I would love to learn more about too, is that just seems like it's a sticking point. Is it like, is that a limiter or is it not?
I have worked with many doctors and therapists from the VA whose patients are seeing me for psilocybin, and they are all about it. Yeah, I think obviously it's going to depend doctor to doctor. That being said, the VA is not going to cover the charges for your psilocybin experience. So I think there's to a point, but anyone who's concerned about the VA finding out about them taking psilocybin, I think is kind of a moot point unless they're going to be posting about it on social media, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a sticking point unless they're going to broadcast.
The Portland VA Vancouver campus is currently undergoing research studies with psilocybin, and we're working with their team to build continuing education credit course for later in the year. So if you're interested in hearing what they've learned from that research and what work they're doing specifically at the Vancouver campus, that'll be on our CE calendar, we think probably October or November this year.
I was just going to say, I was curious on your perspective from you said you're active as well? Active reserves?
I'm actively in the Air National Guard here in the state, yes.
I was just going to ask, from an active perspective, I guess I'm curious on perspective of the VA, I guess, from that. Yeah.
Usage of psilocybin.
Not usage.
The VA differs from person to person. The Veterans Health Administration is a gigantic beast, right? The VA is the largest employer in our country. If you've ever worked for them, the federal system is what it is. So depending on when you served, how long you served, what your injuries are, and what the VA determines allows you access to health care or does not allow you access to health care, your relationship to the VA could be wonderful or it could be miserable. It's, again, dependent person to person. But Returning Veterans Project exists because there were so many people who didn't want to be seen at the VA, or the VA was backlogged. Currently, right now, at the Portland Vet Center, which is just mental health care for veterans, you could wait up to 8 weeks for your first appointment. Some of their facilitators in the mental health realm have up to 90 clients. So just the sheer amount of people that they're seeing is overwhelming. So the VA just, it's not a one-size-fits-all.
Maybe if you could, one of the things I really appreciate about you and participating in the panel today, as being active, maybe you could share just a little bit more about your organization and what you do, because I think it's incredible that you're not a psychedelic-based organization at all, but you're highly supportive of this movement because it's about the people. So maybe you could just share what you guys do.
Sure. In 2004, a licensed clinical social worker by the name of Carol saw a member of the Army National Guard here in the state of Oregon who had just returned from Afghanistan. He used a bunch of words she didn't know, and she said, I was a child in the Vietnam era. I don't want this era of veterans to be mistreated in the way Vietnam era veterans were. I'd like to continue seeing you. I'd like to do that at no cost, but I need to get an education first because I don't know what you just said to me. I don't know how to relate to you. So she continued to see this service member while also gathering 25 of her closest LCSW besties and said, will you start seeing veterans pro bono as well? And all 25 of them back in 2004, 2005 said yes. Returning Veterans Project was born. They said, we're committed to providing continuing education credit to anybody who wants to do this work, anybody who wants to work with veterans and their families, and be willing to take on at least one pro bono client at any given time to their caseload. So if you're licensed and registered in the state of Oregon or Southwest Washington and want to work with veterans, want to do that pro bono, if you're attached to a clinic or a school, we'd love to have you in our directory. We, the nonprofit, do none of the HIPAA information. We just have a directory. So the veteran or service-connected, military-connected family member, go to our directory, find somebody that might meet their needs, and that's somatic care too. So acupuncture, massage therapy, chiropractic care, and mental health, non-traditional and traditional. Non-traditional, hello room of psilocybin, folks. Non-traditional mental health care. We want to be here with you. We want to work through this with you so that when it makes sense to do this work for veterans here in our state, pro bono, in whatever way that you can, we want to be on your side. We want to be on your team. Because again, VA is not one size fits all. Returning Veterans Project is not one size fits all. We want options because we don't want more people to kill themselves, which is continuing to happen day in and day out within our community.
Thank you. And some great questions online. Want to just piggyback off of the VA, and this may have already been answered, but if there's something that you want to continue. How can the VA funding for the service be made available while keeping the VA bureaucracy out of the system? It may be pretty loaded, so I don't even know how to respond to that.
I think if I knew the answer to that question, we'd be sitting pretty up here. I have no idea.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's the bureaucracy is the issue with that. Another question about helping folks that want to engage more with veterans is, how can those of us who want to serve vets in psilocybin groups find those who want to participate in them? That's a great question.
Well, if you're doing it at no cost or you want to do it at no cost, let me know and then I can advertise for you and that'll bring veterans to your organization. Also, if you want to charge and you're trying to draw veterans, I'm happy to share on social media. This is another way we can connect, right? I like you like me, and we amplify. So veterans are looking at the same things, they're traveling in the same circles, they're trying to keep a hold of their communities even once they've left the service. So if you've got something to share with veterans, get it to another veteran-centric nonprofit and or veteran-serving agency.
I would love to, go ahead, John, please.
No, I was going to say, I don't know what to add to that. That was perfect, well said.
And I would Through Pat, I'd love to be able to continue this and really try to find out and maybe come up with some resources that we can be sharing. And I think that's great of just how do we create this. That's what a lot of, I think there's a big void of just questions. Because you guys have so much knowledge, and then there's the other spectrum of folks that are like, well, I have no clue what to do or how to engage. Let's see. So a comment that somebody made I thought was really good about, and I think, Ben, you and I had even talked about this at one time of, nonprofit fundraising is challenging and perhaps more nonprofits, should team up. There's a lot of veteran organizations trying to get the same limited funds. I think you know the number. There's a lot in Oregon, which is great, but then it also dilutes. Any thoughts on this?
It's never ending. It's an interesting question because I do agree. There's a lot of money out there to be had. It is extraordinarily difficult because it's a new industry to attain grants, at least specifically. Yeah, and there's a few organizations that are taking the lion's share of the money that's available is probably another way to state that. So yeah, that's something to think about.
It's great, and if I may add, in the nonprofit is that, I would, for folks looking to support organizations, is to look into that, and it does help to spread the wealth out to more nonprofits, but it also can dilute it, because we want to have more opportunities, more options out there, like, Uphold Our Troops, you're very specific that you're, facilitators, and, Heroic Hearts, another awesome nonprofit out there, similar but slightly different. John, what do you need for Uphold for really to make this more? Besides, is it the money? Is that the primary limiter for you to get, facilitators in there?
It's absolutely, that is the number one piece is the money. I think, it costs money. These are hard costs that take to send veterans through a training program where they're going to be essentially able to bring that back to their communities. And so money is definitely number one. And then you mentioned education. It's all education, awareness, and money. I think the research, some people were talking, I know some of the physicians were talking about the research that's coming out. I think it's awesome. And I think the more that comes out, it'll improve the awareness as well. But it's all slow. It's just, Uphold Our Troops is about 1.5 years old now. So I feel like really proud of the movement that we've made, but we have a long way to go, and I think we're at the beginning of what we're going to do. So
that's great, and I hope we can get you guys more funds. And I would say for all of us that lead nonprofits or are part of nonprofits, the more that we can collaborate is the better, because then it's a unified vision instead of it all being different on there. Boy, we're about it. We're right at time there. Let's see if we can maybe get one more question. So how do you feel about psilocybin services for those active in service to reduce combat fatigue or PTSD? Is there anything, is that even an option?
I'm not a staff judge advocate, but I'm certain that the current USCMJ does not allow for those currently serving to participate, but I would double check that with the legal authority in your branch of service.
Yeah, I would also add that the urinalysis that they give in the military does not test for psilocybin.
Noted.
And if they did, they would test clean within 24 hours because the half-life of psilocybin is 30 minutes. Just putting it out there.
So then one final quick question. For those who are, veterans that could be looking for services, are there organizations that are really, providing it discounted or at no cost? Which I know there's fabulous people up on this panel that are doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, call me. And if I can't do it, I'll find you someone who can.
I've been providing services pro bono for 1 year for veterans. It honestly, it has become a little bit pricey for me. So I'm carrying through the commitments that I have made, and I do meet people where they need to be. I may not be able to accept as many pro bono clients moving forward. I, can't afford to run half of my practice completely for free, but I will in perpetuity offer 50% off of all services regardless. And I do offer more time to people who are having, let's say, more things to work through.
Great. Well, thank you guys for doing that. And thank you all for being on the panel today. This is really fabulous. I really appreciate your time and efforts. We got more questions. We'll share those and get those answered. And thank you very much for your time. Okay, we got a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for the final session on ethics and harm reduction across professionals. Come on up, folks. So to thank you to all of our online viewers for sticking with us through the day. We've had 119 people attending online, sharing all of this. And many questions about whether or not all of this will be recorded. It is being recorded, and we all will break it up into individual sessions to be viewed afterwards. So thank you. Okay, if everyone could take their seats, and we have our final awesome session here on ethics and harm reduction.
Hello. So we have our final panel today. How come this doesn't seem to work for me? Ethics and harm reduction across professions. So it's a couple of big topics. We have some great people to talk about it, though, thank God. So, some superstars here. We have Sandra Dreisbach. She is an ethicist and psychedelic ethics specialist. I have to work on my enunciation. With an MA and PhD in philosophy. She's an ethics advisor, active in psychedelic integration, education and advocacy, community leader of EPIC, which is Ethical Psychedelic International Community, director of ethics for Nectara, a psychedelic support ecosystem, ethics director for World Psychedelics Day, 620, mark your calendars. And she has led the Santa Cruz Psychedelic Society, taught bioethics at UC Santa Cruz for 10 years, worked many years in the tech industry, primarily at Apple, and is a Reiki master. We have Jessica Morgenthaler. Jessica is a state licensed psilocybin facilitator, lead educator, providing psilocybin facilitator training, completing her master's in social work to be working with individuals in therapy. Jessica has been educating communities on ethics, trauma-informed, relating, harm reduction, power dynamics, consent, and transformational justice for over 10 years. She identifies as an optimistic pragmatist whose mission is to create systemic and cultural transformation by way of ethics, accountability, and compassion. I can already tell this is going to be a good panel. We have Peter Addy. Dr. Addy is a licensed professional counselor, an expert in the field of psychedelic substances and states of consciousness. He has over 15 years of experience, which includes conducting research at Yale School of Medicine, training psilocybin facilitators at Synoptic Training Institute, and providing psychedelic integration and harm reduction therapy to clients to safely explore their inner worlds. And in the middle there, another middle person there, Dr. Casey Frieder serves as the program director for the Lila School of Awakening's psilocybin facilitator training program, is a state licensed psilocybin facilitator and chiropractic physician with a private practice in Ashland, Oregon. So, welcome. I'm just going to stay right here because it's easier to see you. So I have a couple of three-ish questions here, and bear with me. The first one's a kind of a two-parter. Okay. So starting a little bit with scope of practice and educating the public. So in the United States, can't speak to anywhere else right now, but in the United States, to use psilocybin for healing, we've got OPS in Oregon. We've got the underground. We've got church and ceremonial use.
So OPS is primarily an informed consent model. This is not my quote, but I am quoting somebody who's big in the industry here, Tom Eckert. And the underground is another complex world that can be hard to know about. So in this Wild West, an amount of experimentation is probably unavoidable, or is it? What is needed here to ensure that people know what they're getting into? So that's the main part. And do you have any concerns about practitioners operating within their scope of practice? So what is needed here to ensure people know what they're getting into?
I can go first. So first of all, I would say that there are more options available because ketamine and cannabis absolutely can have psychedelic properties, and those are, ketamine is available, of course, in all 50 states, and cannabis sometimes. So that's another opportunity right there. So as far as what do people need to know to prepare, to know beforehand?
I think thinking about the average person doesn't know what we know about anything that we're talking about here today.
Yeah, there are a lot of great educational opportunities available. I sell courses to the general public to help people prepare for having a guided psychedelic experience. So that's one option. Education, whether that's something formal like that or just talking to people at dinner parties, and you know a guy who knows a guy who's interested in this, but they don't know where to start, and you do. So just talking, I think.
I love this question. It's also a really difficult question. One, it just points to the fact that there is education that journeyers, seekers need in order to be able to be supported successfully. And I think what comes to mind at first is just not to assume that the internet is your friend. and be open to being coachable to other points of information that may not be from your best friend who did a really great journey a few years ago, you know? Because like especially here in Oregon, where the model is really different versus other places in the world or other places that may exist in ketamine, and even ketamine therapy, right? You can have intramuscular, you can have intravenous, you can have intranasal. There's so many different options, and even different types of ketamine. So and that's just ketamine, right? And that doesn't speak to what that individual needs is. So I guess to really answer this question for me would be to say, know what you need, have some basic self-awareness, and be open to what others may have that isn't just your input.
I think that we need to slow our roll sometimes. We can have this positivity bias, being psychedelic practitioners. Most of us have had positive experiences, overwhelmingly positive experiences, and it may be the case that most clients who do a journey are going to have a positive experience, but not always. And so oftentimes when it first comes up into someone's consciousness, right, we've all had that moment. You have that aha moment where you have a journey and it's just like, wow, this is it, I got to tell the world, But we can overshoot the mark sometimes with that positive, there's a positive intention, but then it can get, I think, inflated. And yeah, so just to be able to slow down, self-awareness, and just really kind of keep a sobriety around it in our conversations, and realize that it's not for everybody, and there's a lot of healing modalities available.
Yes, to all of that. And I think the other thing I think about too is as practitioners, we tend to start out in a scarcity mindset, so we want to take everybody because we just need the business and we need to get our feet wet. And we're really doing a disservice. We're not providing the right informed care. We're
taking people that maybe we're not really apt to take as clients. And so I think to the slowing down is don't get ahead of ourselves as practitioners, regardless of underground or the OPS model or whatever. Just, I think, being okay in the discomfort of that you're not going to serve everybody and you don't have to do that, of the need to take on just anybody, and just informed consent and complete transparency and sitting in the discomfort of telling somebody that what they want to have happen may not actually happen, and then moving forward with the accommodations that you need in order to make it a safe experience, I think is really important.
Okay. Yeah, so hearing a lot about informed consent, education, so educating other people, right? The seekers, the people who are looking for help, and being willing to say, I don't think this is for you. Okay. How about, does anybody have any concerns about that? Everybody's ability? Just wondering if you have any more thoughts
Yes,
on that.
I have concerns.
Okay.
or even better, I have knowledge that as a part of EPIC, we actually get both seekers, but primarily people who've had adverse experiences. I'll just say it that way. This is your early trigger warning. Survivors who've had experiences both in legal and underground frameworks, who either weren't properly informed, who have, even when facilitators do have training and education and are doing their best, mistakes are normal, but we don't have a practice of accountability in our field that's really supportive for everyone, and I mean everyone, right? I know we've been focusing a lot on seekers here today, but I also want to make sure facilitators are supported, and that you really think about what your capacity is to be able to support and not go beyond that, and gets to sort of that scope of practice piece. And to circle back even more, maybe you can say more about informed consent, but there's a very oversimplistic idea and notion of what informed consent is. I've had people report incidents, for instance, at Burning Man where, well, I asked for informed consent and they said yes, but the person was crying and in an altered state, and then they touched them in a sexual manner, right? And they were trying to help someone who was reporting having a difficult experience to that person. They were helping, right? And ended up causing more harm to someone who was in active trauma. For me, informed consent, we can go to about Medi Martin and other things, but it involves information, deliberation, and options, and having a appropriate capacity and have reduced coercion circumstances. I could go more into that, but I appreciate that you brought up the option of not undergoing the service. And I think to hold space for other options, being transparent, informing people, giving people time to process the information, making sure that, I was mentioned earlier about having a good capacity foundation before they engage, because often this is an act of desperation. And it doesn't mean you can't say yes, it just means we need to understand that that's how people are coming. So we need to do more to help support them and their autonomy, their ability to make their own decisions than the average sort of therapeutic support may have to do. But I'll pause there.
I think the thing that you said caused me to think about the idea that we don't talk enough about transference and countertransference in this space, and the idea that when we see a client who is potentially going through something that we've maybe also gone through or a loved one has gone through, and our internal drive as humans to help them out because we have some connection with them, and that we as practitioners, regardless of, again, the space, is to internalize, like, how am I relating to this client? Am I doing this for them because they need this, or am I doing this for me because I have a connection with them that is borderline no longer therapeutic. And I think we need to just also be really available to check in with ourselves, and the part of the accountability process is working together in consultation as practitioners to say, hey, I have this client, I'm feeling a way about it, and then being able to have other practitioners come back and reflect and go, you know, it sounds like you're being empathetic, or hey, no, that's actually maybe borderline not somebody that's appropriate for you to be working with because you're too connected now, kind of a thing. So I think we just need to be willing to hold ourselves accountable and to be held accountable by our fellow practitioners.
And thank you. And not to put you on the spot again, Sandra, but you said something about capacity formation. Could you define that?
Yeah, I'm trying not to take. This literally is what I think about all the time. The reason why we care about informed consent is that we want people to, and you can argue against me, it's fine, is that we care about people being able to be autonomous, being able to be self-governing, to be able to make their own choices, that we're not, doing the sort of paternalistic, move where we're making decisions on their behalf. And informed consent as a structure, it was more developed in bioethics to help create a balance between autonomy and and paternalism. That we are giving consent, let's say, to research, to you can do this with my information, but not that, but it's supposed to be for my benefit or for the benefit of this study, that it is with my full conscious awareness and in full capacity. So if you do not have full capacity as a decision maker, let's say, a 4-year-old. It's easier to see it with a 4-year-old, right? They may not have the capacity to say no to that 10th cookie. Right? And so the parent may decide, like, no, you can only have 1 cookie, right? We get it there. So it's like the parent is doing something in their interest because their capacity for autonomy isn't fully present yet, but in as much as you can respect that child's autonomy, like, you want the chocolate chip or do you want the one with oatmeal? Thanks again for the cookies earlier. So you try and maximize the ability for them to make their own decisions with an understanding of their capacity, informing them to the extent that it's appropriate, age appropriate, capacity appropriate. So capacity is really essential in order to help provide informed consent. So we want to, what affects capacity as an adult? For instance, mental duress, PTSD, CPTSD, financial, racism, sexism, cultural discrimination, all these sort of things create either diminished capacity as well as possibly coercive circumstances, right? Imagine if you have no money and you're also in a mental health situation, so your capacity is diminished, and you're in a coercive financial situation, so you feel like you have very few options. And the only place you can find access is this one center. So even if you don't like the therapist or the facilitator or the service center provider, you feel coerced to choose that individual or that place. And you may, and it doesn't mean, it means your capacity is diminished. It doesn't mean you can't give informed consent. It just means it's more compromised, if this is making sense. So this is part of the reason why capacity, that's a really long answer to your question, but that's part of the reason why it's important, and I think it's why it's extra important in psychedelic practice that we cultivate an awareness of what real informed consent means, and why the people coming to our practices need more of our attention to their diminished need. Like if a parent goes to emergency room and their kid is ill, right, you still want the parent to decide what happens to them in the emergency room, right? But their capacity is diminished, right? So you try and create provision, support, preparation, what information you can provide under those circumstances, under duress. So understand people are coming to you in duress, most often than not.
Any other thoughts on that one?
Well, so if I understand you right, I hear you saying that these conditions that promote or encourage duress, things like financial instability, systemic racism, ableism, these sorts of things, these are systemic issues. This isn't an individual person's fault, right? That these are broader societal things. So I think then, if we're here wanting to think about how to reduce harm, we have to figure out where those harms are coming from in the first place. And the answer to me, of course, is capitalism. And so the natural way to move forward to think about how to reduce harms is to reduce the influence of capitalism on our businesses and our clients.
Amen to that. Well, that would actually be a great segue to talk a little bit more about harm reduction. I think it could be helpful to define it a little bit. So harm reduction, so I'm a licensed mental health therapist, and in the field of harm reduction, of that field, harm reduction is first not refusing services to somebody who is using a substance. So it's accepting a person and meeting them where they're at. But then we have psychedelic harm reduction. So what is that? Does it involve more? Does it involve safety, history, cultural background? Like what? Let's define it more.
I'll start again. I teach several modules on that. Psychedelic harm reduction, when I'm teaching healthcare providers, I start off from something that they already understand, so a biomedical model. It goes beyond that, of course, but to start with a biomedical model, psychedelic harm reduction is a lot about assessment, diagnosis, family history, looking for things like a personal or family history of psychosis and mania. Everyone knows things like that. Cardiac conditions, particularly, sometimes medications that and supplements that you're on. So that's obvious. I think everyone can kind of understand harm reduction in terms of like a medical system like that. But then to go a little bit further, I do like to bring in the systemic issues that we're talking about, which could be perhaps things like family trauma or ancestral trauma, looking at spirituality, which a lot of psychiatrists and medical providers do not want to talk about at all. And psilocybin often facilitates what we might call spiritual or mystical experiences. So what about religious trauma? Growing up, that could lead to significant harm in a psilocybin session. I think about community and support. So much of our lives are alienated, and are alienated from ourselves, from other people, from the environment. So people who are feeling isolated in this hyper-individualistic, consumer-based system, they have no one to go to if they have harm, if they're feeling uncertain, if they have a wonderful experience and want deeply to share it with someone, but they can't because our society encourages isolation and alienation. So I think about all these things when I'm screening, if you will, when I'm kind of assessing people for to have these kinds of experiences, is do they have the capacity in themselves to hold it? Do they have the capacity outside of themselves to connect with others to hold it?
So I'm thinking about this from the perspective of like training facilitators, which is what the organization I work for does. And so what, like looking at the facilitators themselves, like what are the circumstances under which they might be more likely to cause harm, or less likely to cause harm? And so, really like stepping back and everything that you just said, applying that to the facilitators themselves. It's like putting on your own oxygen mask first. And this brings in so many important topics from today of just like the practicum and getting the necessary hours, right? to actually getting that experience, creating those opportunities. And I think that intrinsically, like as life forms, if we go meta for a second, it's like we cause harm. Like as long as you're in a body, you're gonna cause harm. To survive, you eat other creatures, whether you're carnivore or vegetarian, it doesn't matter, you're eating other creatures. And so to just recognize that we are gonna inadvertently cause harm at times, what are we gonna do? How do we wanna minimize that? And we wanna have structures, processes, awareness like in place that when that does happen, you know, we can foster reconciliation. And so I think just back to that word self-awareness, which is really what I think our training starts and ends with, is like deepening in yourself, noticing what are your projections, what's your agenda. You kind of brought that up. It's like, what's your agenda? And it's like, yeah, it's, of course we have a positive intention. We want the clients to heal, you know, under our care, in our presence. And when does that turn into like a movement, like a projection? And when does that like cloud our vision, you know? And so just noticing that. So I really believe, you know, and based on my own experience, it's just like the more quiet you can be, the more you can clean your own house, to do your own work, you know, on all the levels, emotional, somatic, just continuing. That's like continuing education is so much about just continuing, you know, with your own healing, you know, to just, yeah, so that you can continue to just keep a clean house in which you can meet others.
Thank you for that. I think one of the things that you speak to that I feel really passionate about bringing into this space is that transformational justice piece, right? If we do harm, how do we as a collective manage that harm? And our society does not teach us what it looks like to receive a feedback that we've caused harm to somebody, and to be able to accept that graciously and then to work through the healing process, right? And we can't do restorative or transformational justice without personal accountability, which comes from a collective accountability. And I think if I could like impart anything, I would hope that this movement does so with the fortitude to do it with transformational justice in mind, and to be willing to accept responsibility for the harm, to go through trainings about how to have those conversations and what does repair look like, and how do we come back to the table without judgment after harm's been done. We ostracize people for harm that they do, and that doesn't actually benefit our industry or our society. We have to be willing to have grace for when harm is done and to know how to move forward.
I love all of this. I swear what I love the most about these conferences is I feel less alone. Thank you for being here and for all of you just listening to this conversation who made it to the end of the day. But I want to point out three things. One, first of all, on that last piece you're saying about, I love transformative and having those sort of justice structures, and the challenge is that having tried to support those practices myself as part of EPIC, we don't have the resources financially to support them right now. And we don't have enough trained people to do them. And it's not because they're not good. And so we're going to have to get better at what I've been calling an ecosystem relational approach. That we need to think in all of our practices how we can create a more supportive, more sustainable ecosystem for all of us, focusing on our relationships and being okay when we make mistakes, right? This has been 1 year in Oregon, you know, and that infant analogy that was brought up earlier in the day, that if you shouldn't be yelling at a baby for falling down when it's learning to walk. Right? You want to create a supportive, nurturing atmosphere, community, the village that helps to raise the child, the community that helps to raise the child. Lean into indigenous and traditional medicine keepers who have knowledge and that you may not be required to learn. I'm on unceded Amamutsan lands at my own home, and I want to acknowledge that land. I don't know the land here, so unfortunately I'm going to have someone else do that for me. But I want to acknowledge that too, and recognize my privilege, of course, here. The other thing I want to mention in terms is I always like to make the distinction between harm versus risk. My background is from HIV, AIDS, and working at needle exchanges in DCRIM. And that to me was really clear. Harm reduction when people are already doing intravenous drug use and you're giving them clean needles to remove the known harm and risk that you would have from HIV infection and hepatitis infection. Support your local needle exchange. But whereas psychedelic practice, it doesn't necessarily have to have a harm. What we do want to do is recognize that it's a risky endeavor and that we want to reduce the risks, which will then mitigate and reduce harms, right? So like if every facilitator, for instance, had standard first aid and AED training, again, I don't think anyone's required to do that, right? That's a real low-hanging fruit that people can have to make it a safer practice for everyone and a better responsible citizenry, right? And that's something that even just having one person on site that has that skill, right? So that is reducing the risk for harms that already exist in our world. And education training, you've heard today about how people don't feel that the practicums give you enough in terms of, it maybe does the bare minimum for training, but it isn't sufficient to be well practiced and skilled. So trying to find mentors, looking for people to help support that. At Nectar, we're trying to build more nectors, maybe nectors, mentors, to be able to help support a healthy ecosystem of support. EPIC, finding the peer support circles, finding, all the things that you need for making yourself a sustainable practitioner, asking ourselves that we're going to have to build it up, like, say capitalism and all these sort of structures that aren't as supportive. We're going to need to lean into each other and be okay with us making mistakes and be humble and keep collaborating like today.
Please, yes.
One more thing on harm reduction. Big picture, we're not going to solve this today, but one of the other panels talked about marginalized communities and what do they go home to when they're done with a journey, right? Until we collectively as a human society, fix what it's like to go home after a journey, what does that journey actually do? What is that long-term impact? So I just also want to plant a seed that we can talk about bringing people in, but if we can't fix what they're going home to, we're really not moving the needle.
Thank you. This will go well. We have an online question with what we were discussing. So somebody asked, licensed therapists are accountable to their ethics boards, but what accountability do underground providers have who aren't trained to strict ethical standards?
I could go off on this one, so I'm trying to be quiet. I'm trying to be, there's very limited accountability across the board, whether you're underground, above ground, overground, however you want to see it. And there's a lot of misunderstanding about what accountability is there. You can report facilitators who are part of a service center to the Oregon Health Advisory, and you can even see a list on their site of current facilitators who have had reports on them. As far as I've seen, it doesn't look like it goes into details, right? And you can have, I think you have to put a request for records. So there's, but that said, it's, given what we heard earlier about, how much resourcing is a challenge even for the service centers and for the Oregon Health Authority, it's really challenging, and I'm not a part of that. I can't really speak to that part of the process. There's also misunderstanding even in terms of the trainings, right? Even though the Oregon Health Authority approves like the sort of manual and that you're an approved training program, there isn't much oversight of what happens actually at the trainings, right? Or to make sure that the people are effectively trained, right? And there's a lot of looseness in terms of execution. So if there was a harm that happened in a training, there's no reporting mechanism that's effective right now. But this is still better than what's overall available in the United States and internationally. At Epic, where we actually take a lot of the support, we originally came together. We have people from Costa Rica, Australia, Netherlands, Canada, United States, Mexico, all over the world, but a lot of the legal places are legal facilitation. And we're trying to work in community to help build some of those accountability practices. And what I've been asking for people to do personally, as well as through communication, is just you're going to have to create that accountability yourself. I call it an ethical practices and processes statement, EPP for short, where you just literally state, here is who you can go to give me feedback. Build in relationships, like I could ask, no pressure, but like I can ask all of these lovely people to keep me accountable. You can keep me accountable with Shine support. They're a psychedelic survivor organization, which you should just know about in general. It's peer support for survivors. So like the Erica at Nest and Shine has agreed to help keep me accountable, and I help to keep her accountable. Global Psychedelic Society, we've had conversations too, that we're also helping in mutual accountability, right? So building this sort of community of accountability collaboration, as well as leaning in and trying to find like feedback and transparency or what your scope of practice is, and trying to make that more explicit, because the system isn't there yet, and we need to be able to show that we are trustworthy and build in those practices. So it starts with us.
I love all that. This may be controversial, and so I'll take the feedback later. But I think in working in other communities that have areas where there's this guruism, right? And I think that we have to be dedicated as practitioners to, again, hold each other accountable and to have some set of standard of practice where we don't allow people to become these experts and these gurus that allow for the harmful things to take place. And the only way that happens is when we see it, we call it in. And we have to call it in and say, hey, like, you know a lot, and this behavior is becoming problematic. And just all stop on an individual basis and as a collective. Like, I have a soapbox about guruism and people calling themselves shamans when they have not actually done work in the indigenous space to be shamans. So I can soapbox that later.
I've been wanting to give a shout out to the HEC all day since that came up earlier, and I also jumped through those hoops, and they were wonderful people to work with, and I'm really grateful because I saw how that process slowed all of the training programs down, and I think it made us all better, it made us really like self-examine and strengthen, our foundation. So shout out to them and to OPS on that level. But the question with, underground facilitators and accountability, what was just coming up for me is feedback. And I mean, if you are an underground practitioner and like you want and you have that genuine desire to be accountable, and you might not have the same oversight, as an above ground practitioner, is just like feedback, ask for feedback. Most of us don't learn. Feedback is like a skill, it's a practice, and we're not taught how to give feedback, how to receive feedback, and I think overwhelmingly it feels like this negative thing, and and we can get so triggered by feedback, and so that's something we've really been digging into is just actually teaching feedback. So like in any exercises, training we're do, like have time after everything to give and share feedback. So you can just practice like feedback as a skill, and then you can really expand your own capacity to receive that. And I think that'll help, just to help keep yourself accountable.
Yeah, I was going to say basically the same thing, that learning criticism and self-criticism is a skill that you have to learn. We're not taught that generally in any other kind of schooling, so we have to like purposefully do that on a regular basis. Underground practitioners having accountability or not, certainly underground practitioners don't have much necessarily in the way of accountability, but even, you know, licensed facilitators, licensed therapists, MAPS research investigators, you know, anyone can be unethical. And so just like having a license, you still need to be on your guard. You know, you still, you know, trust but verify. But there's at least, you know, the licensing boards are just somewhere to go after the harm has happened, which is better than nothing. But that's not, I don't know, it's not enough.
Is there a North Star code of ethics? You heard about that? That's not popular?
I mean, I have mixed feelings about that, but I mean, having an ethics code is good, but kind of like the conversations we've been having about informed consent. Like, I can have an ethics code that I put on my website and then never look at it. You know, like just like, yay, I signed an ethics code. Like, that doesn't mean anything. But it could, you know, it could mean something when you're interviewing your psilocybin facilitator, because you should be interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you, and you interview them and you say, what is your ethics code? You know, what do you think of this pledge that you say that you've taken? You know, like, just, you know, make that a process rather than just, that's a piece of paper somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. I know I'm the ethicist, but I think it's unfortunate that ethics codes have been seen as a replacement for ethics. And that's part of the reason why I focus a lot more on practice and things like, yeah, informed consent and creating healthy relationships and ecosystems of practice, and even the ethical practices and process statement, like just, you know, being honest about where you stand. Like, if, I'm thinking like, even if you go to my website today, you'll see that I'm about love and compassion. So that's my code. That's the whole thing. I have no code on there. So, but I have signed the North Star Ethics Pledge in solidarity for the spirit of it. I also work on what I call living documents with many different community collaborations as a part of EPIC, one of which was psychedelic safety flags, which is a thing you can look at. You can go to that website too. It's an open document. You can use any of the content on there. It has green flags, yellow flags, orange flags, and red flags. It was started by Leah of what was formerly known as Psychedelic Survivors, but which unfortunately didn't survive, but now Shine is existing. But it's a collaboration of community coming together to try and help educate people about what are some of the safety flags to look for, both in the good things that you want to see in facilitation and the things that might be signs that it's not good. There's like a code of conduct that's also another living document that was started in Europe that we've contributed to, that came out of a collaboration where they try to create a practitioners organization amongst European facilitators from the Mind Foundation. And you can look at that. That has a basic code of conduct. I'm currently working with a new group of people on touch, so that we can have more guidelines around touch with, ironically, a lot of underground people who are already doing that in their practice, who've just done a lot more of the work. And honestly, EPIC wouldn't exist if there weren't underground facilitators who cared, right, about ethical practice. And I think more and more we're seeing more community collaborations and living documents. And if I had one ask, if I can make a request out of Collaborance and out of the people here, it's to find at least one person you can collaborate with after you leave. I'm open to collaborate. and that's all it takes, is all of us just doing our part to try and do that work. And yeah, I mean, like, I do this work out of my own savings, so it's not profitable yet, but I hope we can be sustainable.
Yeah. Any closing remarks here?
Well, I just thought of one more obvious one is intervision groups, and this is like a shout out to Ashley and Psychedelic Guides Network. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to stream in earlier, but I just joined that network, and it's awesome to just have, you know, a support group. That's where I met Sandra a week ago. Literally, you know, just the resources of like, oh, there's a talk available with an ethics expert. So, yeah, organizations like that, the intervision groups, you know, I know can see them forming down in Southern Oregon within our community. Like, actually several different support groups have already formed, and so, yeah, so find your peers and connect.
Definitely, thank you. Yeah, and as we mentioned in opening remarks, no one person should be everything to everybody. So reaching out and finding that one person, at least one person to collaborate with, will help. All right, well, here we go. That goes so fast. Thank you so much, everybody. This is a great. I'll turn it over to Jason.
Yeah, thank you all for being this. Yeah, we could talk about this for several hours. You guys are welcome to leave the stage if you want to. You can hang out here with us if you want. So before we, just a couple more quick things before we end for today. We are launching a research study that we're doing in collaboration with a PSU PhD candidate on harm reduction, and they're doing a research on what are the harm reduction practices that are actually coming out of Measure 109 for facilitators? And we're kind of wrapping around that. PATA is to ask these same questions to the entire community, so to include our guides, integration specialists, to include indigenous practitioners, to include the licensed mental health providers, so that we can try to come up and see like what is something that's going to be common across all of these different types of providers. What can we all agree on to try to create some best practices instead of harm reduction being just a token word that's put out there. So we'll show that. We do have a QR code if you'd like to join the initial stages of that. We'd love to have you participate, and we will be sending this out future. So before we say goodbyes, I do want to welcome up Simon, who's, when we speak of pioneers within the industry, of all sorts of new and creative things that are coming out to support individuals. I thought we could have Simon have a few minutes here.
Thanks, Jason. So most of you have probably heard of AI, ChatGTP. Anybody not heard of that? Raise your hand if you've not heard of it. Okay, good. So I've been working for the last 9 months on AI and empathy. That's where I started. My academic background is in philosophy. Although I spent 30 years as a professional technologist, that's really where my passion is. Trying to understand, not from a psychological perspective, but from a linguistic perspective and a philosophical perspective, what does it mean to be empathetic? That led me to doing work in the current round of AI on a mental health assistant for a company in California, which is venture funded and very capitalistic, to provide a mental health assistant that provides between session care, so that when you go back to see your therapist, you don't have to remember, oh, 3 weeks ago I was triggered, but I don't remember what it was. I was just upset. It'll capture that and provide a summary to the therapist. My wife's a MSW and a chaplain and a certified spiritual director, and has been working with cancer patients, doing psilocybin studies for stage 4 cancer patients. So they are dying. And they have grief, and they have anxiety about that. And during those studies, of course, she's discovering there's really not a lot of support for these people once they leave the study. So she's formed groups to deal with that, but that's just her. And she said, well, you're working on this other stuff down here in California. Maybe you could help me here up in Seattle, and we could work on something related to psilocybin. So that's what we did. And we've created an app called Woosah that focuses on emotional, spiritual, and mystical integration of experiences into life, regardless of whether they're hallucinogenically induced. It could be holotropic breathing, it could be a sensory deprivation tank, or if you're lucky like my wife and you've practiced meditation long enough, it could be just by sitting there. So we've built this app, and we're looking for beta testers. And the only place we can beta test in the country is Oregon. Why? Nobody wants to give us their email address, because that would tell people, oh, these people are using psilocybin. And if anybody ever looked at these servers, that would be problematic. So I'm here today to try and get people to help us test this application. Why did we build the application? Because people can't get the services and support that they need. I strongly believe and advocate for integration specialists and guides, psychologists, any type of therapist that can work with these folks. But the reality is the services just aren't there. The app is designed to refer people off as necessary. Ultimately, we want to put integration support into it. It's not there yet, but we need feedback. We need people to tell us what's the right business model. We need people to tell us functionally, is it right? Ethically, is it right? Procedurally, are we doing the right kinds of things? So I invite anybody that's interested to just send email to support@woosah.ai. Woosah is short for Woo of Sa. You can talk to Woo from the island of Sa. It also means woosah, calm down. If you've seen the movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. And if you're wondering about the AI, we trained and we trained and we trained. How many people here don't really like celebrating their birthday? Raise your hand. Like, it's not always a celebration. Right. Do you know what most AIs will do if you say it's my birthday? Happy birthday! Are you going to celebrate? No. Right? Woosah was trained and trained and trained not to do that. Woosah sits in a state of suspense, always ready for whatever it is that you have to say, to ask questions and just help you figure out what's going on with your journey. So with that, I'll thank Jason again, and really thank you for all the wonderful panels that were here today. Let's give them another round of applause.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone, for coming today. I want to leave a final just thank you to all of our sponsors that made this possible for us to be able to. We provided, I think, over 20 scholarship tickets for people to attend. That was part of our give back, is that we wanted to make sure that there was no financial barriers to receiving this information. So thank you, sponsors, for providing that. And thank you all for attending today and participating and collaborating and sharing everything. And we are a nonprofit organization. We are unpaid. We do this because we believe in it and we love it. Everything we provide is for free. So if you're feeling charitable or wish to support organizations, we always welcome this. This pretty much gets turned around back into the community where we're supporting other nonprofits. We're helping develop other nonprofits. And making sure that our resources can remain free. So thank you very much. And
Just wanted to say, yeah, we didn't just provide scholarships. We just really wanted people to be here. So we just kept inviting people. This is the most important thing to us. That's our bottom line, is people doing this together. So thanks for coming.
yeah, thank you all and have a great evening. I appreciate you spending your Saturday here with us, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you all. And there are some leftover lunches out there. If anybody, particularly, if finances are an issue, or if you know somebody that could use a free meal, feel free to take those with you. The lunches that are out there, and they're boxed. Yeah, not the snacks.
That might work.
Oh, it's going through the whole thing. Willie, do you want it to go through the whole room? Now I'm really on the spot. Test, test, test. Testing, testing. Oh no. I'm Doug Wingate, co-founder of Seven Gates Sanctuary, and we're here as a sponsor for Collaborance, helping get out the word about services and healing that's provided, and really about nourishing community and bringing people together so that that can happen.
Hi, I'm Willow. I'm a facilitator at Seven Gate Sanctuary.
If folks
I'm
do
here
want to hang out
because
and
I believe
continue.
in collaboration and the value that all professions can bring to each other and how we can work together to lift up the people who are seeking help.
Yeah, they're interviewing the...
We just got to pack up our stuff. Everything else is taken care of. So it's just, we can start like any of the signs. You just collapse those things, and then we'll. All right. I'm gonna get going on that.
Okay. Is it, are each of us doing it or just me? Or just one of us? Okay. All right, ready? Justin Bautier, CEO of Calyx CPA, based in Southern Oregon. We're plant medicine specialists. We work to help people set up their businesses, choose the right business entity, mitigate 280E most importantly, and we do it aggressively but defensively. Remember, it's more important to choose the right accountant. They're the ones who will mire you in tax debt if you're not careful. The IRS isn't as bad as you think it is. All right, very good. Okay, cool.
Hi.
Okay. Okay. Hi, I'm Eden from Sanctum Thrift, and we're raising funds for psychedelic-assisted therapy. We're a thrift store, and we're offering events, community resiliency sessions, lots of community building events, and we're just so happy to be here and a part of the community, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel Houston. I'm with Rose City Laboratories. My important message is I want to focus on total potential psilocin content instead of just psilocybin content. Check out our webpage, and we do studies also, lemon tech, Coke, and then orange juice.
My name is Josh Tomai. I am with Psychedelics and Recovery. And the most important message that I have gotten today from this amazing conference is collaboration. We need a community to support the community, and we need awareness of the community so people know the resources that they have available. Here you go, sweetie. Your name and your most important message here. You want to?
Oh, no, thanks today. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Oops. Sorry. Your name and your most important message you want to
About me. Hi, I'm Valerie Drill with CFO Accounting, and I want people to know that I welcome calls for questions. We do free consultations, so we'll give you some tax advice, and you don't have to pay anything up front. Please give us a call.